on the techno files before I get to the technophobes. Now, as we move from technophile to technophobe, we're also going to be moving from leftism to conservatism. As you see, once you get to more critiques against the system, right, they're going to be more conservative. All right, and in the middle of our look at cyber feminism, right, and how it deals with cybernetics, right, we're then gonna look briefly at Nick Land and his view of right accelerationism, anti-left right accelerationism. Okay, he has a particular view on that, and of course that will be with a music recording, audio visual, right? So it will be just 10 minutes of distorted visuals and audio, right? That accompany that sentiment. And then we'll move to looking at the technophobes, right? Which includes Ivan Illich and Uncle Teddy, right? For the technophiles, we'll include Donna Haraway, the cyber feminist, and Ray Kurzweil, right? And, the transhumanist, right? So, so we have a whole set of characters that we'll be looking at.
And Machine, I just let you know that your mic is really hot. I don't know if it's just on StreamYard or not, but I just wanted to give you a heads up.
The mic is hot. Okay,
It,
let's
it,
see.
it might not be happening on the YouTube, but it sounds very hot on the StreamYard. So
Okay, the mic is hot. Okay, let me do this. How about now?
just keep going. I'll let you know. I'll let you know.
How about now?
Hey, for some reason
Let's
it's
go.
hot. It might be my thing. Let me reset my thing. Hold on. Might be me. Hold on.
No, it's I just put an audio box in. So let me go look at the YouTube.
On my end
But
is
yeah,
better now. On my end is better now, so it should be good.
Yeah, so yeah, I put an audio box in so I could actually go ahead and really give a very powerful audio quality. Um I have a
Yeah, I
audio
think.
interface that I don't
Yeah,
ever use because I have a USB cord that plugs directly into the microphone. Usually I have that, but then it broke yesterday when I was talking to you. So,
yeah. Well, that's why I was wondering too. But I think it was me, not you. So you should be good. I'm pretty sure it was me. So you're good.
oh no, that was me yesterday. 100%. The cable broke.
Oh no, I mean the mic being hot. I think it's fine now. I think it was
Oh,
on my end on your end. Yeah, yeah. I think it was my audio settings. No, sorry, I was at a stop sign and somebody blew through. They can't read the technology of a sign that has words on it. I guess so.
yeah. So that's kind of why we're here, and it's an open panel. So come let us know. There's two sides, right? One is technophile, the other is technophobe, right? Technophile is somebody who has an interest in exploring technology as an extension of the human experience, right? So they really think that technology adds to the human, right? So that is explored in something that Donna Haraway calls techno-humanism, right? So technophiles express techno-humanism, right? And of course, that's kind of tied to transhumanism, right? Now, technophobes right? They're gonna. Oh, that's weird. Wait, huh? That is weird. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, but it sounds like your hand mic fell out, and then it's like your laptop mic is now
Yeah,
on.
I wonder why that just happened. Wonder why my audio box just totally disconnected.
The AI may be self-aware now.
Here, hold on. Let me add Zephyr, and then let me reset my thing. Give me a second.
Hello, how you doing?
Um, me be good, but me may be robot now. I'm not sure.
Oh, no, you sound fine. You sound good.
Can you imagine if we're like techno cavemen? Would that be kind of cool?
Yeah, I think it would, but I think that's kind of like I don't know. I think that would be steampunk, isn't it?
Close enough. I mean,
Yeah, it's not cyberpunk. It'd be
what are you
steampunk
gonna do?
instead.
What's gonna happen if like the AI becomes self aware and then it becomes like it wants to go back to the caveman days? So then it's like
Well, I guess we'll
just
just
starts
have to
like
deal with it because there's not much that we could do at that point because they are all gas, no brakes. They have not installed any
well
brakes on any of these
maybe they want a
systems.
fair fight, so they'll like regrow a body that's like the same like constitution of like a human body.
That'd be
So like we
cool.
can so then we can like duke it out. You know what I mean? Like in the Thunderdome or something,
I would just try to get along with them at that point, and that would be pretty funny,
and
probably
work
too.
with them.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well,
Like
I do that all the time. It's like I know I'm here, like knowing full well that TML has mandated that we're going to take a side, but
uh-oh.
I I usually take an edge instead of a side.
So you're gonna squash the you're gonna squash the beef with them and then like try to like work it out with them.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to enforce my own boundaries. That's for sure.
You could always like betray whatever side you pick. So then you pick one side, then you just like turn
Yeah,
them.
I'm not
All
like
right.
that. I'm not probably going to do that. No,
All right. Can you guys
I'm very
hear me right now?
yes.
Yeah.
All right. So hold on.
I'm
Okay.
not the
So
kind
I
to
don't know.
betray.
It's working right now, but I don't know why it randomly disconnected in the middle of the thing. So I have to keep checking it for a minute because I'm not sure exactly how to use the audio interface. But yeah. Anyways, here's the thing. So in terms of the technophobes, right? There are thinking of how technology adds to depersonalization, right? The technophiles are thinking that it adds new dimensions to the human experience. Okay, so it's all in how human beings are affected by technology, right? So technophiles, technophobes, the definitions are uniquely centered about human beings and their feelings to words, right? The spread of technique and as it were. Now the other thing, right, is the see, I see this thing is lit up now, but it doesn't have any settings on it. There's a weird app that comes up when you plug in the audio box called Universal Control. So I don't know why it's called Universal Control, but I mean,
Did you get a mixer, like a sound mixer or what? Like,
it
mm,
is. It's like a sound mixer audio interface that's like,
yep.
plugged in with the mic because this is the only way I can plug my microphone into the computer right now because I fried my USB plug that plugs in. It's a USB to XLR, so I have to go buy one because I went to Guitar Center. I went to all these different shops to try to figure out if they have one, and they don't. You have to buy one online. So pretty weird. So if anybody knows what it takes, right, to do the stream, we just have StreamYard and then we have this $20 Behringer microphone, and we buy a USB to XLR connector plug. It just costs like $10, right? And you can connect the microphone directly to the laptop, right? It's extra, for about $30 to $40, you're good to go to just connect your microphone directly to your laptop computer if you have a USB inside of your computer, right? Obviously,
Yeah,
you do.
I have
right?
one
So-
of those. Yeah, I got one of those too. I haven't like used my laptop to go online yet, though. I don't know why. I mean, I have a laptop, but and I
Yeah.
have all this friggin' audio equipment, but I haven't done it yet.
Yeah,
It's
so
so
I'll get
funny.
into the different guys, the technophiles and the technophobes. Now, first I'll present the technophiles, right? And as I said, they're different sides of the coin, and of course, whether you're a technophile or a technophobe, and you think technology adds to the human dimension as a techno-humanist, or you're somebody who is against the spread of technology, fearful about the spread of technology, right? You know, you could still think in terms of where is the future headed, right? So I mean, obviously, technophiles are going to be more excited, and technophobes are going to be more fearful, but that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. You could think of many ways in which a technophobe might be excited for the future of technology, in the sense that they might be excited for a collapse of the technological system, or you could have a technophile that's fearful about technology, saying that technology is moving in a direction where it will be exploited by other things, right? That may slow down the process of techno accelerationism. Normally, the number one thing that's put on the chopping block when they say that is capitalism, right? They think that capitalism, that's got to go. That's the thing that's slowing down technological progress, right? So there's all of these dimensions, right? Now, obviously, techno accelerationism, it started out on the left, but it's moving towards the right wing, right? And there's many reasons for that, right? One of the reasons is that, as Nick Land says, right, that the leftists actually represent the sort of reactionary sort of faction within the modern world, right? So they're the ones that are actually slowing down accelerationism, right? And anyways, they think of a sort of horseshoe theory between the right and the left, where they're sort of two sides of the same coin, and and so they're exploring lots of ideas in which the pendulum is swinging, right? And of course, it's swinging now between this whole idea of you know the robots and the cyborgs, right? So how will we see them? Obviously, we have a relationship with pets, right? And of course, we could say that we completely control and dominate the pets, right? That we have mainly for our own amusement, right? We feed them. Sometimes we, you know, make them do interesting things for our amusement, right? We've domesticated several species of animals, right? And of course, the animals enter the human environment, right? And that changes the animal species, but it also changes the human in relation to those animal species, right? We start to sort of anthropomorphize those animal species that we have a relationship with, right? And it's the same thing with those technologies we have a relationship with, right? We're starting to anthropomorphize technology because, in the same way we change the technology, it changes us, and we start to humanize the technology and start to anthropomorphize the tools we use, right? And so there is the concept of the cyborg, right? We start to merge with our creations, right? So the cyborg is blurring between sort of imagination and what's real, right? It's a example of hyperstition, right? It's an example of anthropomorphizing our tech, right? So there's all these dimensions that this Haraway lady explores, right? And then she connects that to feminism, right? It's about tearing down boundaries, right? And how we explore what it means to be human and so on and so forth, right? So let's take a look at Haraway.
I just want to say
Right.
it's also interesting how like domesticating animals kind of domesticates humans, because then you become extremely responsible for their well-being and all this. So you're kind of limited in how you can live, because now you have this responsibility
Right.
that you've taken upon, you know.
Yeah, you can always take your dogs with
You
you
can't
if
really
you
be
go
a wild
somewhere.
person. Yeah, but I
I
mean,
don't
you
know
know,
about, and I have a
domesticated
cat.
dogs
My,
don't really make
yeah,
domesticated dogs don't really make great you know, companions out in the wilderness, right? You know, in general. I mean, they might be okay for certain tasks, but
I wonder,
it's not
like,
like a hunting
where
dog or something.
she
I
talks
don't know. I've
about
got an Anatolian Shepherd.
the dog.
Oh, and my cat will be fine regardless if whether I'm here or not. He'll find stuff to eat. He's pretty much like not really domesticated that much.
That's right.
Yeah, but it's
In
kind of like
Soviet America, pet eat you.
the Hegelian dialectic in terms of the animals and the pets and the domestication of the pets, tying back to the humans, right? And how that is a civilizing process for the human, right? And then, that is kind of what they're exploring in terms of, how that relates to us having technology and how technology is kind of like a pet in a way. And yeah, so here it is, cyborg feminism, right? So let's take a little look at this.
So I want to start with a little bit of definitions here. So first, what are we talking about when we talk about cyborgs in this context of cyborg feminism? We might be thinking of 7 of 9, right? This like super sexy 24th century Star Trek Voyager cyborg. We might be thinking a little bit less sort of liberal paradise future about cyborg soldiers with night vision and high-tech exoskeletons. We might be thinking of sort of slickly designed 22nd century androids, this sort of combination of advanced AI that might even have feelings and agency and super duper mechanical engineering. We might even be thinking about some real life cyborgs that exist today. This is Neil Harbison of the Cyborg Foundation. And you can see this antenna on his head here. This is his cyborg implant that allows him to hear color. He was born colorblind, and this augments his senses. We might also be thinking about transhumanism, right? This sort of global thought experiment to think about how we can use technology to expand human capacity.
So those of you guys that are watching the Wednesday and Saturday show, this is the new Transhumanist Society logo, right? It used to be called like the Transhumanist Society or something like that, I think, or the Transhumanist Organization. I don't know, it had some sort of pithy name like that, but now it's called Humanity Plus, and this is the logo. It's a humanity and a plus, a H and a plus sign, right? So they want to emphasize their human aspect, right? So so instead of transhumanism going beyond the human, they want to emphasize that they're exemplifying what it means to be human, right? Because they obviously realize that that's bad branding, right? To say you want to sort of surpass humanity, right? It's like, who do you think you are, right? You think you're better than us, right? So then, they sort of fell back on a new branding, right, which is humanity plus, right? Much more congenial, right?
That is funny, but it looks like O with a plus, or hot, or it looks like toy upside down. Yeah, they didn't
Oh
think
yeah,
that
it
through,
does
but
look like hot. Yeah,
and
hot.
toy, and or O plus, O plus, O plus you, O plus you.
Yeah, that's
capacities
right.
of intelligence and lifespan.
Say it again.
Oh, you know what? Let me take that off the screen for a second because that is a very annoying ad.
Yeah, I hate those sometimes.
And I wonder why. I believe this could be a conspiracy, but I believe they have the same couple, and they had a kid, and then the dad didn't like the fact that the kid kept saying Bibberty instead of Liberty, and now they're saying Bibberty in the commercial, but the kid is not in the commercial, and both of the parents are wearing leather jackets. So it's really
Mm.
strange. I don't their kid, and
Yeah,
why are
that
they
is
now
weird.
wearing? Yeah, what happened to their kid, and why are they now wearing leather jackets?
Hopefully,
Yeah,
they didn't make him into a leather jacket. That would be bad.
yeah, but here's that's probably the darkest possible option. But here goes the guide to cyborgs, right? So here's Haraway, right? So here's Haraway and her dog, right? She talks a lot about her pets, right? And how pets are part of the integration of something non-human into the human sort of code, right? Which alters our, human element and what it means to be human on a deeper level, so on and so forth, right? So that's her kind of spiel.
My guide to cyborgs and to cyborg feminism is a little bit more ordinary, everyday, contemporary than all of those. My guide is the philosopher of technology, Donna Haraway, a totally
Notice that she called her a philosopher of technology. This label is going to become a lot more common, right? Yeah.
sort of normal, middle-aged, middle American, middle-class woman here with her dog, who inspires much of her writing.
Yeah, normal middle class woman that wants to destroy religion and overthrow all the institutions, including I think they're going way beyond what it means to be human. Right? They're trying to blur the lines of human and not human. I mean, it's humanity plus, after all, right? So
Yeah, to be fair, the average woman might want to destroy humanity. So I mean, I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I used to joke around and say, like, if you bring someone into this world, I should be able to take them out if I want. Like, but that's about as far as I go. But my kids are great, so I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, but we'll get to her writing in a minute, but she starts and she says that the whole point of her cyborg manifesto is blasphemy. So it's pretty weird. She says that the cyborg is a very blasphemous concept. And that's her introduction to so that's the kind of rhetoric that she's employing. And obviously it's all about making the the machine in the image of man, right? So in that it's a reversal of Genesis, right? It's an inversion of Genesis, right? So we are kind of dealing with that in the thumbnail, right, where I put this verses of the Technolt, right, by Burial Goods. But yeah.
Did she go to the school of Alice Bailey school for philosophy majors who can't do ethics or something?
Right.
And this is the cyborg that Haraway is writing with. This is a cyborg drawn by her.
So it kind of looks like art. It's kind of got Artemis vibes. It sort of looks like a Native American lady. It's got a chip right in the middle, like Iron Man, right? And then it's also in some type of space environment. So there seems to be a frozen environment behind and a desert environment in front of the person. right? And it's building in the sky with stone on the ground. So there's a lot going on here in terms of symbolism to describe this particular picture, right? It's sort of indigenous. Also, you're looking at Native Americans, you're looking at Greek paganism, right? Greco-pagan, right? You're looking at cyberpunk elements. You're dealing with archaic revival here, mixed with futurism. Yeah.
Does anybody know what the symbolism of a cat on the head is? The reason I ask is because I watched a video earlier of Candace Owens, and somebody asked, "Can you guys hear me?" Oh,
Yeah,
maybe
I could
not.
hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
He said
Now I
something about
can.
Candace Owens. But,
Yeah, the
all
cat
right.
on the head thing. I think that's a pussy hat, isn't it? No,
No,
it might be.
no. So Candace Owens did an interview with the DPUSA like pastor, and he said when he was a child, 3 years old, his father made him like cut the head off a cat, and put it on as a hat or something. And so this is like the second
Right.
time today I've seen this like motif. So that's why I'm like weird
Yeah,
synchronicity here. So I don't know.
that is a synchronicity for sure. Yeah.
Must be at work today. I don't know.
But yeah, the main thing that it's combining is the idea of space age with the idea of the stone temple buildings, right? And of course, there's an indigenous cyborg, right? It's like a Native American lady that's like a cyborg that's building both an ancient monolith that's also emanating a screen in the sky, right? That's signifying the space age, right? So she's connecting sort of two different epochs, right? And also in front of her, as I said, she's building on the desert sands, whereas behind her there's this incredible tundra, and of course she has this a snow leopard on her head, saying that she's sort of conquered the tundra. It's sort of behind her, so she's sort of this Native American woman that's like come out of Hyperborea to like reinvent the stone temple buildings by building and emanating the space age and helping mankind reach the space age. There's a lot of things going on in this picture that is symbolic, right? That yeah. So
Sometime collaborator, artist.
yeah. So
She's
yeah.
a techno shaman, basically.
Yeah. She's a techno shaman. Exactly. Exactly. Zeph. Yeah.
Lynn Randolph. And in her very famous paper, A Manifesto for Cyborgs, she kind of lays out this idea of the cyborg not necessarily as a thing that actually exists in the world, not necessarily as a sort of future thing that we can be concretely working towards, but as this kind of mixed material semiotic, mixed physical and ideological tool for thinking about what kinds of futures we want to bring into being. And so she writes, by the late 20th century, our time, a mythic time, we're all chimeras, theorized and fabricated hybrids of machine and organisms, in short, cyborgs. The cyborg is a condensed image of both imagination and material reality, the two joined centers structuring any possibility of historical transformation.
Okay, so the two joined centers structuring any possibility of historical transformation. So so it's sort of like ahistorical and sort of mythic ideas. This whole idea of mythic time is sort of ahistorical itself, right? But it's a blending of both myth and reality, right? And especially imagination and material reality, right? So you have a lot going on here, riding on this concept of cyborgs, right? Cyborg is literally, right, like man combining with his creations, but it's on the material plane and it's through his own imagination rather than through the mind of God or some other ethereal element, right? Some sort of perfection that exists outside of man. right? So here is the key to unlocking this quote unquote alchemical transformation, right? But yeah, blessings.
I want to
Alchemist.
mention, I want to mention the symbolism of the cat as a hat,
All right, for
because
sure.
I looked it up. And it says the crown of intuition and the second sight. And it said basically it's like a transference of vision. The cat serves as a living crown projecting its supernatural senses, night vision, instinct. And then it says domination of instinct over logic. And then it says under some things it's like the shadow self. So it's like putting the subconscious above the rational or like conscious mind, essentially. So I don't know if
I
that's
do that.
exactly what they're going for, but
That's kind of
I
cool,
thought that was
actually.
interesting.
Yeah, that's cool.
So again, the cyborg, the
Yeah, there it is again. Yeah.
figure of the cyborg for cyborg feminism is this joined figure, this figure that is both imaginary and that reflects some of our material realities, that is both at the same time.
And so see, that figure is kind of like a Baphomet figure, right? It's trying to display the polarities, right? The male and the female, the light and the dark, right? The night and the day, right? The past and the future, right? It's trying to combine several elements together, right?
Cyborg for Haraway also rejects the idea of original purity.
So check this out. The cyborg rejects original purity. Now, this has a lot to do with Genesis, right? The biblical myth of Genesis, right? So look how it says. It says pre-Oedipal symbiosis. I'm not really sure what that means, right? But yeah.
The cyborg, she writes, is a creature in a post-gender world. It has no truck with
post-gender world, right?
Bisexuality, pre-Oedipal symbiosis, unalienated labor, or any.
Okay, this is gonna matter a lot when we look at Kurzweil in a minute. We only got one little thing with Kurzweil, but yeah, it's about him going beyond gender, being in a post-gender world. Believe it or not, right? But yeah.
Any other seductions for organic wholeness through a final appropriation of all of the powers of the parts into a higher unity. The cyborg skips the step of original unity, of identification with nature in the Western sense.
Okay. So look at that. It skips the step of original unity. So it's really against this concept of oneness.
That doesn't sound good to me.
Yeah. So so see, unalienated labor or other seductions to organic wholeness through final appropriation of all powers and parts to a higher unity. So that part is key, right? And that's going to be very key when we look at Illich and his concept of the Good Samaritan and the I-thou relationship, because he's going to say that the only way we can transcend the self is to focus on what we can do for others with getting nothing for it, right? So he thinks that helping the Jew on the side of the road that's, in peril, even though that's your enemy, you help him out, that's the highest code of honor, right? It's helping your enemy on the side of the road, right? When they're struggling, being a good Samaritan, practicing the I-thou relationship, whereas Haraway is saying that unity, right, that appropriation into the organic wholeness is actually something that should be opposed. No, you should want to define yourself, right? Like it says here, the cyborg skips the step of original unity of identification with nature, right? So this is the key to understanding how we combine the material with the immaterial and still hold on to the human, but go sort of beyond nature, right? So to speak, right?
So again, her cyborg is made of parts, and it's not quite a whole. It's part of a body. It's organic material. It's electronic material. It's of the stars, of the earth, and of the circuits, and also of both human life and animal life. And the cyborg rejects dualisms related to this previous point. And she writes, to recapitulate, certain dualisms have been persistent in Western traditions. They've all been systematic to the logics and practices of domination of women, people of color.
So you reject oneness, you reject dualism, right? So it's sort of non-dual, right? That's kind of like what non-dual is, right? It's not really affirming one, right? But it's definitely saying that dualism is false, right? So that is a thing in Buddhism, right? So yeah,
I pretty
interesting.
much agree with that too, actually, but
Yeah, there's some good arguments for it, as we're going to go over later in the show when we go over a riveting and extreme in-depth explanation of the history or the historical development of the Buddhist doctrines, right? From the ideas of Buddha to the ideas of the Abhidharma to the ideas of the Mahayana to the ideas of the Zen tradition, and it spread to Korea and Japan. So yeah.
Nature, workers, animals. In short, domination of all constituted as others, whose task is to mirror the self. Chief among these troubling dualisms are self-other, mind, body, culture, nature, male, female, civilized, primitive, reality, appearance, whole part, agent, resource, maker-made, active, passive, right, wrong, truth, illusion, total, partial, God, and man. There are many dualisms that we can excavate from the Western tradition of philosophy and science, apparently. So again, right, this is a figure that is both nature and culture, that is both human and machine, that is both animal and human, that is both of the stars and of the earth. So what does this mean for the future of technology? So I'm going to lay out kind of three themes that the cyborg helps us think about, and a few questions that might raise for us, thinking about what kinds of futures we want to build with technology, what kinds of futures we want to build for technology, and who might be building them. So the first provocation of the cyborg is that we need to rewrite our origin myths.
This professional 32 TW SSD, capable of holding the entire collection of the New York Public Library.
get your memory.
Wow, 32 TB. Maybe I should write that down. It's probably a scam, but I don't know. 4,000 MBS. I have no idea what I'm looking at. Germany portable SSD.
Yeah, it's memory like capacity. That's pretty big.
Military grade 32 TB SSD.
Yep, that's a like storage capacity and device. Yeah, it's pretty cool for tech stuff. Terabytes is a lot. 32 terabytes. Dang, they're getting like really large capacity. Soon they'll have petabytes, which I think sounds cute because it's like when your cat nibbles you, that's a petabyte. Did I lose you guys? What happened?
Hold on, give me a second.
Starting with the origin myths from Western Judeo-Christian.
Okay, so she says the first thing you got to overthrow to practice cyber feminism is you got to overthrow those Gestirn Judeo-Christian myths. All right.
Christian heritage. This myth of the Garden of Eden and of the fall of man sick, right? The fall of humans, really.
She says, I think she said it was sick. Is that what she said?
Yeah, SIC, sick.
she said.
It could mean more than one thing, really. But yeah.
Here, let's check it out. Let's see what she said.
From Western Judeo-Christian heritage. This myth of the Garden of Eden and of the fall of man sick, right? The fall of humans, really.
Okay, so yeah, so maybe she's saying it the other way, right?
But this myth that there was this original pure past, this state of paradise, this state of nature where human nature and God were unified before a tragic break, right? Before Eve accepts the apple and Adam and Eve are thrown out of paradise. Right, so this means letting go of the myth of the one, right? So not only the one sort of unified, Edenic.
It's kind of weird that she has this kind of character on the board, because this character in his stance sort of represents Jesus, right?
Sort of, yeah. I
Because
guess.
like the hand movement, you know what I'm saying, right?
I just think of DeFreak whenever I see that picture now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I think I think she's trying to point to a specific, because this is kind of like Gnostic. Obviously, it has Gnostic overtones.
Yeah,
The
I think
entire
that's part of the Patrix sort of, yeah.
because they have the architect and they also have the oracle, and they're supposed to be like
Way of life.
the male and the female.
Yeah, well, and the creation of that story is really confusing. DK and I did this deep dive, and we still don't know who actually wrote those stories. Because there's a lot of controversy over who actually wrote them. And we don't believe either of the people that they say wrote them.
Yeah, I know. I've looked into it too. Yeah, so let's check this out.
But also the sort of messianic one, the idea that there is a one technology, one person, one philosophy, one future that will come and save us from our brokenness. And it also means letting go of the myth of the Father, right? The myth of a direction, the myth of a telos, of an endpoint, the myth of...
So that makes a lot of sense, right? If you want to be a cyber feminism, you got to get rid of the father, right? That's definitely got to go. I mean, it's one thing, because see, the religious ideal might be patriarchal, right? So you have to get rid of the religious ideal because Adam, right? Because Eve sort of is made from Adam, right? So that can't really be allowed to happen if you got to have both of them be, transcendent in a sense, right? You got to have.
I think that sounds a little like overcorrection, though, to me personally. But yeah,
could be, but yeah, but they're saying, look, like myth of the father, like that's got to be overthrown because that's part of the origin myth of purity. And the origin myth of purity is about man, nature, and God being one. Remember, they said that. So
a higher purpose, religious or secular, but this myth that we have some absolute meaning that we can find and that we should be working towards and that we are being directed to. It also means challenging the Enlightenment heritage of the mind-body dualism, right? This idea that we...
Okay. So it's a lot of different historical ideals that have to be dethroned, right? First is the notion of the one, right? Then is the notion of the dual aspect of reality. Then is a notion of the origin myths, right? In terms of the Bible, right? But also the Enlightenment philosophy in terms of Descartes, right? And mind-body dualism, right? All of these things sort of have to be re-examined in light of the material and the immaterial merging, right? And this radical sense in which you can sort of define yourself through your own creations. And of course, we're gonna take a look at the Cyborg Manifesto by Haraway in a minute here, right?
Our mind, and our mind is somewhere in our brain.
Of course, we don't have time to look at the entire thing, but I will look at the entire thing on my own. I'll report back to you guys, but we'll look at the first maybe 10 minutes of it.
And our body is our possession, is the thing that our mind directs, is the thing that our mind knows the world through, but is not the same as our mind, as our person. We're not brains in vats, in other words. And this sort of heritage we can sort of very famously trace back in particular to René Descartes, the philosopher with this sort of famous saying, cogito ergo sum, je pense donc je suis, I think therefore I am. Right? This idea that, again, you are a mind who has a body, and you have this capacity to reflect as a mind separate from a body, separate from the world, and on the self. Another kind of dualism that the cyborg demands that we sort of rethink is the dualism introduced by psychoanalysis, the dualism of the Oedipal drama, the Oedipal complex. This idea that we, in our sort of psychic formation, have this break, again, this split from self and other, from boy, child, and mother, from girl, child, and father. Which is also a way to sneak in the gender binary into how we think about subject formation, something that feminists have been sort of rewriting, critiquing, and trying to rework in psychoanalytic theory for decades. And the cyborg helps us do this in Hair Waste Provocation.
My neighbor watched me use this German chain sharpener on a chain.
Yeah, chainsaw. I think I don't know, it's weird. I was just talking to somebody about chainsaws and stuff, so holla back if you know who you are, because this is weird that they're showing us the chainsaw commercial now, but yeah.
My ex in high school, his dad almost named him Chainsaw Fitz Post.
Yeah, interesting, yeah.
Yeah, that's very weird. Coincidence.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, can I talk about personal stuff now, or should I save that for the end or some other time? I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah, just save it for off the show, dude. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a better idea,
Yeah,
probably, to do it privately.
Yeah, just let me do my presentation right now, guys.
Sure,
Thanks.
sure. Yeah, no problem.
Where did Neuro Jack go?
Zeph, please, come on. Like, let me just give me a second.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I see a great philosophical dimension between contrasting, platformers with animal mascots like Banjo-Kazooie with platformers like Mega Man or Astro Bot, which came out recently. And I don't see a middle way between the two. You either prefer one over the other. And I think even if one is a post-humanist, it could be an anti-technological post-humanist. So, I go the anti-technological route, because, the evolutionary processes of nature are different from man building machines, which is like Moore's law and stuff like that and stuff. So, Astrobot does seem kind of weird, like almost social engineering or predictive programming to make like the robot feminist stuff. You were showing cyborg feminist stuff. That seems like to make people think it's cuter or it's more innocuous than people think. Yeah.
Well, she's with this idea of anthropomorphism, but she thinks that's a good thing, right? Because it's bringing the immaterial, right? It's bringing the imaginary into the material, and it's blending the material with the immaterial, and it's also blending the animal with the human, right? Which she thinks is already happening with the whole concept of pets, right? That we anthropomorphize our pets and so on and so forth, and we bring them into the human environment, sort of as um expressions of the human, right? So she's saying that that is a perfectly reasonable extension of transhumanism. Anyways,
Yeah, I want to push back against that. There's something called anthropodenial, which is blindness to the animal-like characteristics in ourselves. And that's Franz D. Wall talks about that. Franz D. Wall.
yeah,
Because
she certainly doesn't reject that. She thinks we're definitely animals, but she rejects the transcendent side, right? That's supplied by the Christian ideal, right? So
Unity between male and female, but there is some other sort of always already hybrid. It skips a step of original unity in the sense of the unity of man and nature and God. There is no fall. And it also skips a step of identification with nature in the Western sense. This idea of Eden, of purity, of man, of human being able to find its natural state, always seeking that state, seeking to go back to that, right?
so that would be your pushback. There would be this, that you would say that the pre-human Eden state is actually a good ideal to have, right? Because it's anti-technological. Well, it wouldn't be post-humanism; it would be pre-humanism. But yeah,
Sort of tells the lie on the sort of paleo diet trends, right? We're never going to go back to paleo, even if we ever were, which we probably weren't. And it also means that there's a possibility of getting rid of this myth of the machine in the garden. This idea that we belong in nature, we are part of nature, and that any kind of technology that we develop is coming in and disrupting that, is breaking that, is making us less pure and less good. When we get rid of purity myths and of origin myths that stress purity, we also open up new spaces for technology to be a part of who we are, rather than something that is degrading who we think we ought to be.
okay. So quite a multi-leveled presentation by that woman. Interesting ideas. That
Definitely interesting.
she laid
Yeah.
down. Honestly, there's some stuff I agree with, some stuff I disagree with, but I think it was a multi-leveled presentation that the young lady offered on the philosophy of Donna Haraway. You could tell that she's a fan of her thinking, right? So, I mean, I appreciated it. I mean, I got a lot out of that, even breaking down what she was saying. So, anyways,
Me
I've
too,
not
even though I didn't agree with all of it either.
exactly. Yeah. So I'm not gonna look at the entire thing right now. We'll look at it later. But here is Cyborg Manifesto by Haraway. We'll look at the first 10 minutes of her manifesto, right? Whatever we could fit in. We looked at 10 minutes of that young woman giving the presentation, right? So we'll look at this manifesto and see how it feels to us, right? So did you hear that? Science, technology, and socialist feminism.
It's actually not showing on my screen. So,
Oh, whoops. Yeah.
yeah, it did that
There it is.
before too. I think that's whenever I was being rude unintentionally.
Oh no, thank you. Yeah, so science, technology, and socialist feminism. So yeah, so check that out. That's the title of it. Cyborg Manifesto: Science, Technology, and Socialist Feminism. So that's what the first 10 seconds said. I didn't put it on the screen, but yeah.
Haraway, originally published in 1985. This text from theanarchistlibrary.org. An ironic dream of a common language for women in the integrated circuit. This essay is an effort to build an ironic political myth faithful to feminism, socialism, and materialism, perhaps more faithful as blasphemy is faithful than as reverent worship and identification. Blasphemy has always seemed to require taking things very seriously. I know no better stance to adopt from within the secular religious evangelical traditions of United States politics, including the politics of socialist feminism. Blasphemy protects one from the moral majority within, while still insisting on the need for community. Blasphemy is not apostasy.
Blasphemy protects one from the moral majority within while still insisting on community.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting idea.
Yeah. Okay. I don't
Yeah.
like the idea of dogma or heresy or blasphemy. I mean, like, whatever.
Yeah,
Those are all just
so
silly to me.
it's quite a pseudo rebellion in a sense, but yeah. So let's see what else she's got.
Ironies about contradictions that do not resolve into larger wholes, even dialectically.
Ironies or contradictions don't resolve into larger wholes, even dialectically. So it looks like she's not a huge fan of Zeno or Parmenides, right? So yeah, so let's check this out.
About the tension of holding incompatible things together because both or all are necessary and true. Ironies about humor and serious play. It is also a rhetorical strategy and a political method, one I would like to see more honored within socialist feminism. At the center of my ironic faith, my blasphemy, is the image of the cyborg. A cyborg is a cybernetic organism, a hybrid of machine and organism, a creature of social reality as well as a creature of fiction. Social realities live so.
Okay, so here enters the cyborg, a creature of myth and social reality and fiction, and both of material and immaterial and human and non-human elements, right?
Enter the golem.
Right, enter the golem, right?
Very chimeric, yeah. I can kind of sort of resonate with that energy a bit because I'm a little sphinxy, but it's like I'm not going to be eating anybody anytime soon.
Right. I'll drop the link again for the homies. Blessings. Come up and tell us if you're a technophile, a technophobe, if you're excited about the future. Oh yeah. Come on up, Max. Blessings.
Social relations, our most important political construction, a world-changing fiction. The international women's movements have constructed women's experience, as well as uncovered or discovered this crucial collective object. This experience is a fiction, in fact, the most crucial political kind. Liberation rests on the construction of the consciousness, the imaginative apprehension of oppression, and so of possibility. The cyborg is a matter of fiction and lived experience that changes what counts as women's experience in the late 20th century. This is a struggle over life and death, but the boundary between science fiction and social reality is an optical illusion. Contemporary science fiction is full of cyborgs, creatures simultaneously animal and machine, who populate worlds ambiguously natural and crafted. Modern medicine is also full of cyborgs, of couplings between organism and machine, each conceived as coded devices, in an intimacy and with a power that was not generated in the history of sexuality. Cyborg sex restores some of the lively, replicative baroque of ferns and invertebrates, such nice organic prophylactics against heterosexism. Cyborg replication is uncoupled from organic reproduction. Modern production seems like a dream of cyborg colonization work.
So cyborg sex is a attack against I guess this idea of biblical purity or whatever that was there in the previous sense.
Yeah, to kill
hetero.
sin because it's all women's fault because we ate the apple and yeah.
Well, no, it's
Oops.
also this concept of replication, right? That doesn't
Doesn't
need
need sex, yeah.
sex. Yeah, it doesn't need sex to procreate, right? So there's this idea where sex is freely given, freely had, not for the sake of procreation, because that's done through replication, right? So there's a sense in which sex is decoupled from procreation, right? In the sense of the cyborg or the machine, right? So she thinks that that is a huge sort of revolutionary statement for or against the normative values of sexuality that are imposed by the biological constraints, right? So yeah.
Yeah, I can kind of sort of see that as someone going through menopause and like I'm done like having babies in this lifetime.
Well,
Like
that's what Access is always saying, isn't he? Right? It's kind
but
of like
but I still have brain babies. and
necrosynthetic. Right?
and you don't need to have sex, but you do need to like conversate with people to have brain babies. Those are called ideas. And I'm
Yeah.
still valuable because I can still produce babies of some kind.
Yeah. Yeah. Welcome, Frank.
Blessings, TML, Zephyr, and was Shadow Buddha here? No, Lone Wolf.
Yep.
Lone Wolf.
He was
Yeah.
here earlier.
Sheesh.
Yeah, he
it
was
was
here. I don't know what
Aiden.
happened. I think he like flipped out. I think he like wanted to mention something else, but then he flipped out in the chat at Dr. D Head. So I don't know what's going on. I think he went to fight with D Head or something. I don't know.
A dream that makes a nightmare of Taylorism seem idyllic. In modern war is a cyborg orgy, coded by C3I, command, control, communication, intelligence, an $84 billion item in 1984's US defense budget. I am making an argument for the cyborg as a fiction mapping our social and bodily reality, and as an imaginative resource suggesting some very fruitful couplings. Michel Foucault's biopolitics is a flaccid premonition of cyborg politics, a very open field.
Okay, so there it is. Postmodernist Foucault and his idea of biopolitics, right? So she's saying that cyborg politics is a sort of extension of Foucault's vision, right?
By the late 20th century, our time, a mythic time, we are all chimeras, theorized and fabricated hybrids of machine and organism. In short, we are cyborgs. This cyborg is our ontology. It gives us our politics. The cyborg is a condensed image of both imagination and material reality, the two joint centers structuring any possibility of historical transformation. In the traditions of Western science and politics, the tradition of racist, male-dominant capitalism, the tradition of progress, the tradition of the appropriation of nature as a resource for the productions of culture, the tradition of reproduction to self from the reflections of the other, the relation between organism and machine has been a border war. The stakes in the border war have been the territories of production, reproduction, and imagination.
So look at that. Us exploiting nature as a resource becomes compromised by the fact that we're going to merge with the material realm and become cyborgs. So we'll be part of nature. So we won't have this border war with nature, right? Because we'll dissolve the boundary between us and nature. So see, this is this idea of techno-Gaianism, of merging with nature through technology, right? That I was trying to point out earlier.
This chapter is an argument for pleasure in the confusion of boundaries and for responsibility in their construction. It is also an effort to contribute to socialist feminist culture and theory in a postmodernist, non-naturalist mode, and in the utopian tradition of imagining a world without gender, which is perhaps a world without genesis, but maybe also a world without end. The cyborg incarnation is outside salvation history, nor does it mark time on an edible calendar, attempting to heal the terrible cleavages of gender in an oral symbiotic utopia or post-edible apocalypse. As Zoe Souphilis argues in her unpublished manuscript on Jacques Lacan, Melanie Klein, in Nuclear Culture, Lackline, the most terrible and perhaps the most promising monsters in cyborg worlds are embodied in non-edible narratives with a different logic of oppression, which we need to understand for our survival. The cyborg is a creature in a post-gender world. It has no truck with bisexuality, pre-edible symbiosis, unalienated labor, or other seductions to organic wholeness.
So there's this idea again of pre-edible symbiosis, meaning that it is before the complex of man, woman, child, I guess, is what it's trying to outline, right? Which is very odd. So it kind of is. It's like this notion of communism, right? That points to the destruction of the family. She's summarizing it all in one take by saying, well, this is a pre-Oedipal configuration, right? So yeah.
Well, I don't think, I wonder how she knows that. Like, I would ask her if I was able to ask her, say, where,
Well,
how do you know
guess,
that? Like really?
Because I guess it points back to this idea that, you know, and this points back to the Matrix and Sophia Stewart as well, right? That the Terminator, right? It's born, right? covered in skin and born without shame, right? So the fact is that it wears its skin as a secondary cover, right, for what it actually is, right, which is a machine, right? So that's why it doesn't have shame when it's born naked and cold, right? It has no feelings, right? So this whole idea that she's expressing is that the machine, right, not having parents, right, it's born sort of and this sort of is also true about things like the sages, like for example Lao Tzu, right? They said Lao Tzu was born, the legend says that um you know his mother just carried him in her belly for like 60 years or something like that, and then he came out like an old man, right? Because she like leaned up against a tree and he just fell out. And then he started laughing. So instead of being a young baby crying, he was born an old man laughing. So inverting the idea that, like he was like without
Yeah, that is
shame.
pretty entertaining, but I think there's a ghost in the machine and a machine in the ghost. I think those
Oh, okay.
if you have one, you must have the other by inference, probably, because that's the way the world works.
TML, can you rewind that video for about 2 minutes?
Oh
And
yeah, 2 minutes. That's a lot, but yeah, I'll do it for you, my Max Blessings.
because there was a total. Oh my God! Oh,
I'll do it for you. Yeah, let's check it
I
out. 2 minutes.
appreciate that. Thank you.
In the traditions of Western science and politics, the tradition of racist, male-dominant capitalism, the tradition of
Let me know when you hear
progress, the tradition of the appropriation of nature as a resource for the productions of culture, the tradition of reproduction, the self, from the reflections of the other. The relation between organism and machine has been a border war. The stakes in the border war have been the territories of production, reproduction, and imagination. This chapter is an argument for pleasure in the confusion of boundaries and for responsibility in their construction. It is also an effort to contribute to socialist feminist culture.
The whole integration of machine and nature. How is the machine going to power itself? That just
How do plants do it? Let's
bugs
hope.
me, No, but
Yeah.
they're yeah.
But that isn't how we're doing it now, though. That's for sure. That bugs me too.
Yeah.
Living in the desert and they're putting up all sorts of server farms. Not great.
Yeah. Yeah. But the future internet is you. That's their eventual goal. This whole money they're taking our money and spending it on these data centers, but they eventually plan to put it in you, and that's
Good luck with that. It's not going to happen.
they're doing it.
Right, they're doing it just by putting it in the food, putting it in the medicine and stuff. So it's
I
crazy.
short circuit all that shit. I'm sure.
Well, I hope so. I have the
it's wishful thinking for sure.
yeah.
It could be, but we're really adaptable humans.
I haven't got an answer on this one, but if they can download DeepSeek to an Xbox or your computer, right? Your DNA is programmable just like a computer. Have they or can they download a DeepSeek onto you, an artificial AI?
I'm sure they could try.
Yeah. There are ways to shed the machinery off, giving yourself goosebumps, but that's only temporary.
Yeah, you have to constantly maintain your protection.
Yep. That's hard. And that's
It is hard.
Almost
Well, your
impossible.
subconscious could do it because if you program it.
For most people, it would be almost impossible. Yeah, maybe you could program your subconscious to do it. That's an interesting thought. I've been told I have a natural psychic protection, but I don't know about an AI protection. I don't think I have much of that because I keep losing my teeth to the damn things. So
You keep losing your what?
my teeth.
Oh, yeah, that was a problem for me too.
Yeah. I was smart enough to get my wife onto grounding, and that stopped her from losing her teeth. So
Yeah, I lost mine when I had my kids. Like I
yeah,
lost the back ones with one kid, and then the front ones with the other.
yeah, it's better than your organs, I guess. You know.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So
Although I did lose my gallbladder, but it was dysfunctional from the very beginning. So
damn. Yeah, yeah. They will attack weak ones, weak parts.
Huh. So I don't know what's going on with our friend, but yeah, we'll see what happens. But yeah, let me play this again. But yeah,
in theory. And if
Thanks
those
um,
for that.
um, yeah. If you got anything else, just holler. A Max. You know. Yeah. Blessings.
Yeah, it was the whole kind of like the machine merging with nature. You know, how does it power itself? You know, well,
Right.
it's man. Are we already in AI?
maybe.
You know,
If so, I have some suggestions as to how it could power itself. There
or
is the such thing as the abyss.
are we already have? Do we already have an AI in us from you know, our supposed creators? You know, I
We
don't know.
might. I don't know.
Body is electric. You could power off of the bodies.
Yeah, you could, but that I don't want to be a battery. I'm not a milk. Don't milk me. No looshing.
Well, that is essentially what is happening, right? Because like we are essentially here by choice and like powering up the machine with our ideas and
Mhm.
so that is just a fact of what is happening, right? Because the attention and the energy and the producing data for YouTube and all that type of stuff, that is all a so whether we like it or not, we are subsisting off of the machine and powering it up with our activities, right? And it is literally like the panopticon where the activities of the people inside of the thing are charging up the the machine that's being used to watch them, right?
Yeah,
Um so yeah.
I
So
watched I watched a video recently, and it's so funny how easily manipulated we are. What the machine has a problem with, apparently, as far as I can figure from what I'm seeing, is what they're getting people to do is to freeze. They pick a time, they make a noise, and everybody everywhere in the area freezes. And then somebody walks through with a camera with everybody in frozen position. This is a new trend, apparently. And what that's doing is training the AI to walk through situations on a second's notice and being able to freeze frame things. So people are being tricked into feeding the system very quickly.
right.
And we
Yeah.
fall for it every time.
But you can poison your algorithms too. the ones
Yeah,
about your private data. Just
yeah,
saying. They're eating up everything that we take, so just be careful what you give them.
yeah.
That's the best
If you're a
suggestion.
20-year-old man, give your phone to a menopausal woman for a few days, you know.
Yeah, that's what Dan does. He just like hands me the phone and says, "Do it."
Sweet.
Okay, so let's get back to this for a second. Then I got another little video, and then I'm gonna play some music, and then I'm gonna go to the flip side of the technophobes. Blessings.
modernist, non-naturalist mode, and in the utopian tradition of imagining a world without gender, which is perhaps a world without genesis, but maybe also a world without end. The cyborg incarnation is outside salvation history, nor does it mark time on an Oedipal calendar, attempting to heal the terrible cleavages of gender in an oral symbiotic utopia or post-Oedipal apocalypse. As Zoe Souphilis argues in her unpublished manuscript on Jacques Lacan, Melanie Klein, in Nuclear Culture, Lackline, the most terrible and perhaps the most promising monsters in cyborg worlds are embodied in non-Oedipal narratives with a different logic of oppression, which we need to understand for our survival. The cyborg is a creature in a post-gender world. It has no truck with bisexuality, pre-Oedipal symbiosis, unalienated labor, or other seductions to organic wholeness through final appropriation of all the powers of the parts.
So there's the conditions. Not only is it under the condition of pre-Oedipal symbiosis, meaning that it's before this in a complex of man, woman, child, right? But it also is beyond the complex of organic and inorganic, right? So it doesn't have to blend with nature or transcend nature. It doesn't have to do either of those, according to her, right?
Into a higher unity. In a sense, the cyborg has no origin story in the Western sense. A final irony, since the cyborg is also the awful apocalyptic telos of the West's escalating dominations of abstract individuation.
So since it has no beginning, it has no telos, right? So it's in her mind, it's against telos, but it's obviously a huge telos attached to it because it's the culmination of human knowledge, right? In terms of humanism, right? So I don't see how she could not see that, right? But yeah.
Yeah. Well, not see. That's the joke.
Right. We
Definitely.
can't really say that too often on YouTube.
Well, I
Zeph.
said
Be
I
careful with
not.
that.
Well, we did not see that. We could
No,
say
no,
that
no, no.
all
But
the.
I'm saying we can't keep saying the word, Zeph. So that's what I just said. We
Oh,
can't keep saying the word. So don't say it
I was
again. Thank
saying
you.
2 words.
Yes,
Okay.
I know, but I'm telling you right now. Please, thank you.
An ultimate self,
It's
untied at
phonetically
last
the
from all
same.
dependency.
Yeah, it's
A man,
phonetically the exact same. So
Wow.
please mind yourself. Yeah, thank you.
the cyborg is also the awful apocalyptic telos of
National
the West's
Socialist,
escalating
okay?
dominations of abstract.
Yeah, we just I mean it's not even the topic, so let's just move on to the thing.
Oh,
Please, thank you. Yeah.
A sense, the cyborg has no origin story in the Western sense. A final irony, since the cyborg is also the awful apocalyptic telos of the West's escalating dominations of abstract individuation, an ultimate self, untied at last from all dependency, a man in space. An origin story in the Western humanist sense depends on the myth of original unity, fullness, bliss, and terror, represented by the phallic mother from whom all humans must separate. The task of individual development and of history, the twin potent myths inscribed most powerfully for us in psychoanalysis and Marxism. Hilary Klein has argued that both Marxism and psychoanalysis, in their concepts of labor and of individuation and gender formation, depend on the plot of original unity, out of which difference must be produced and enlisted in a drama of escalating domination of women/nature. The cyborg skips the step of original unity, of identification with nature in the Western sense. This is its illegitimate promise that might lead to subversion of its teleology as Star Wars. The cyborg is resolutely committed to partiality, irony, intimacy, and perversity. It is oppositional, utopian, and completely without innocence. No longer structured by the polarity of public and private, the cyborg defines a technological pole based partly on the revolution of social relations in the oikos, the household. Nature and culture are reworked. The one can no longer be the resource for appropriation or incorporation by the other. The relationships for forming wholes from parts, including those of polarity and hierarchical domination, are at issue in the cyborg world. Unlike the hopes of Frankenstein's monster, the cyborg does not expect its father to save it through a restoration of the garden. That is, through the fabrication of a heterosexual mate, through its completion in a finished whole, a city and cosmos. The cyborg does not dream of community on the model of the organic family, this time without the edible project. The cyborg would not recognize the Garden of Eden. It is not made of mud and cannot dream of returning to dust. Perhaps that is why I want to see if cyborgs can subvert the apocalypse of returning to nuclear dust and the manic compulsion to name the enemy. Cyborgs are not reverent. They do not remember the cosmos. They are wary of holism, but needy for connection. They seem to have a natural feel for united front politics, but without the vanguard party. The main trouble with cyborgs, of course, is that they are the illegitimate offspring of militarism and patriarchal capitalism, not to mention state socialism. But illegitimate offspring are often exceedingly unfaithful to their origins. Their fathers, after all, are inessential.
So somehow capitalism is patriarchal, but the state socialism is also a problem. So there's another sort of dialectic or dichotomy that needs to be sort of transcended throughout this. So she's really against this dialectical formulations, as she pointed out in the beginning of this, right?
I will return to the science fiction of Cyborg at the end of this chapter, but now I want to signal 3 crucial boundary breakdowns that make the following political, fictional, and political scientific analysis possible. By the late 20th century, in United States scientific culture, the boundary between human and animal is thoroughly breached. The last beachheads of uniqueness have been polluted, if not turned into amusement parks. Language, tool use, social behavior, mental events, nothing really convincingly settles the separation of human and animal. And many people no longer feel the need for such a separation. Indeed, many branches of feminist culture affirm the pleasure of connection of human and other living creatures. Movements for animal rights are not irrational denials of human uniqueness. They are a clear-sighted recognition of connection across a discredited breach of nature and culture. Biology and evolutionary theory over the last 2 centuries have simultaneously produced modern organisms as objects of knowledge and reduced the line between humans and animals to a faint trace, re-etched in ideological struggle or professional disputes between life and social science. Within this framework, teaching modern Christian creationism should be fought as a form of child abuse. Biological determinist ideology is only one position opened up in scientific culture.
Okay, let's go back and hear that again, actually a little bit slower, right? Because this is pretty interesting, I'm sure.
She sounds crazy to me.
That sounded like something that I've heard from Vincent Bruno and other radical leftist thinkers, that she said that teaching the conventional biblical way or view to your children as a form of child abuse. That is a radical statement. But yeah, let's check it out again.
A clear-sighted recognition of connection across a discredited breach of nature and culture. Biology and evolutionary theory over the last 2 centuries have simultaneously produced modern organisms as objects of knowledge and reduced the line between humans and animals to a faint trace, re-etched in ideological struggle or professional disputes between life and social science.
Can you pause it for a
Within
second?
this framework,
Humanism and animalism, right? Feminism and I suppose the opposite, masculinism. Is that what she's saying? Kind of.
What do you mean, Max?
I mean, is she saying that the masculine is animalism?
No, she likes animals.
Okay.
No, she's saying that whether it's man or animal, male or female, man or non-organic entity, right? That all of these different separations should be transcended. That's what radical, dissolution of this. So she's saying that because we've basically determined through science that we're not that different from animals, if you try to tell people that we're superior, like for example, like the Bible teaches, right, that's telling people the wrong view. Let's hear it again, one more time, and then I'll have to end this. Thank you.
They are a clear-sighted recognition of connection across a discredited breach of nature and culture. Biology and evolutionary theory over the last 2 centuries have simultaneously produced modern organisms as objects of knowledge and reduced the line between humans and animals to a faint trace, re-etched in ideological struggle or professional disputes between life and social science. Within this framework, teaching modern Christian creationism should be fought as a form of child abuse. Biological determinist ideology is only one position opened up in scientific culture for arguing the meanings of human animality. There is much room for radical political people to contest the meanings of the breached boundary. The cyborg appears in myth precisely where the boundary between human and animal is transgressed, far from signaling a walling off of people from other living beings.
Okay, so see that? So so she's saying it's not walling off people from other living beings, but she's saying the merger with the non-organic is going to help us appreciate the non-human. The whole question is, will it? Right. So here is
But
another.
I think we do appreciate the non-human now, at least many of us, without having to be a cyborg.
Yeah. Okay, so here is Kurzweil his idea of transhumanist thought in terms of his female alter ego. So yeah.
Who is Ramona?
Well, this is a project that started a number of years ago. She's a female, she's my female alter ego. And I wanted to demonstrate at this conference called TED, Technology, Entertainment, Design, at the 2001 TED conference, a feature of virtual reality that you can be someone else. Because I mentioned that, you and I could go into a virtual reality environment and take a walk on a virtual Cancun beach in virtual reality environments.
So there's the idea, right? That what it means to be a self, right, can be radically transcended by the notion of virtual reality, right? So you could be whoever you want in virtual reality. You could choose whatever avatar you want, right? So this is obviously points to the notion of transgender, right? Because transgender, they get to pick their gender, right? So he's merging transgenderism and transhumanism with this virtual reality simulation by choosing a female alter ego or whatever, right? So, I mean, it's just interesting because she is a cyber feminist, Donna Haraway, right? And he's sort of I mean, he's definitely given interviews where he's in support of feminism, right? But he's saying here, he also said that he thinks that, maybe the universe is the creation of a teen alien female from another planet, a failed science experiment. So that sounds a lot like Sophia from Gnosticism, right? It's an interesting, concept
Yeah.
for a Jewish atheist Ashkenazi guy to just come up with something that sounds oddly similar to Gnosticism, right? It's kind of like very extremely odd, right? In my opinion, right?
Well,
Probably not.
do you think do you think that it's
Lols.
remarkable that there's such a push for Gnosticism? And I guess the question is Gnosticism inherently conducive to technology, or is it something that has just been proliferated because it's useful to technology? Like, I mean, meaning like, is it inherently that way? Is there something inherent about it, or is it something that is just kind of, you think, has been adopted because it is just useful to the end?
Anti-materialism.
Yeah, I think what was appealing about it is that they found it now, right? So, they theorized it for a long time, like Jung and other people. They theorized that there was like these Gnostic sects, but then they found the texts supposedly. So then, since they discovered them in today's age, it's had a resurgence in terms of meaning for those that call themselves quote unquote mystery schools and so on and so forth, right? To revivify their teachings and doctrines, right? With this notion of Gnosticism, right? But also, right, when you look at their ideas, it seems like they didn't really have one, monolithic belief system. And that's appealing to people because the Gnostics seem to combine lots of different streams of thought, right? And they were pretty open about this, right? The ancient Gnostics, right? Not ancient, sorry. The Gnostics of the first century, they were kind of open about their um, sort of ideas combining different traditions, right? So for that, it's appealing because they had surprisingly modern takes, right? For that reason, and obviously this was possible because you had lots of different religions, right? In Alexandria, right, and Egypt, and there was lots of different religious traditions, and you had different mystery schools, right? You had different pagan traditions, right? You had different Jewish sects, right? You had different Christian sects, and they all sort of converged in this one area at that one time. So it created a sort of explosion of religious thought, the same way you would see maybe in America in the 1800s, where you had all of these Masonic sects, and you had this explosion of thought, where you had the spiritualists, and you had Joseph Smith, and you had all this crazy stuff, and Albert Pike, and you had all these crazy motherfuckers left and right. You know, Henry David Thoreau, you had all these crazy motherfuckers that were like, oh, should we study Hinduism? Should we, like, is everyone psychic? Everyone gonna be psychic in 30 years, or what's gonna happen? There's all these crazy people coming out of the woodwork, where there's like, where you have a proliferation of ideas and culture, multiculturalism, and then you have occult sects, and and then they create a sort of
Do you think that? Do you
an
think that
occult
one?
revival.
Do you think that one dominated over all the others? Because I think, I don't know, just because of the conversation we're having, intuitively, Hellenism seemed to have kind of taken over and continued.
My question to follow up on that would be, why is it being so effective and winning in this space? Because it seems like it's telos, so it's ultimate telos or whatever, is nihilism in the end.
Oh, baby.
Ooh.
Yeah, totally, Frank. All right, so let's see. Kurzweil doing the, yeah.
And we'll have virtual bodies in these virtual reality environments, particularly when it's through the nervous system. When we have nanobots in our brains that can shut down the signals coming from our real senses, replace them with the signals that your brain would be receiving if you were in the virtual environment, then it'll feel like you're in that virtual environment. And design of new virtual environments.
I do have a document on the human body as a battery, by the way.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so that exists.
I think I've seen that too. I think you brought that up on the show before, right?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I think this is also something that Sabrina Wallace has shared, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, so this is out there. It's pretty interesting. I've seen this image several times. But yeah, pretty weird stuff. Human being as a battery. Yeah. So, definitely.
We drive the machinery at this point. Really.
Yeah, and more so if you're in a virtual reality simulator. I mean,
Well, yeah, the more connected you are, yeah. And you get a wallet, you're more connected, you get a digital wallet, you get the stuff you run on your phone, even like that connects you, because it's constantly.
Yeah, my question for that would be, do you think that it can ultimately figure out a way to get its energy without us, right? Because we are feeding the machine, as it were, right?
Neurospec.
Oh, where it could break out and be completely autonomous?
Yeah, you think it's headed in that direction where it's going to be sourcing its own energy without our
just existing in the
without
cloud.
us?
Yeah, just existing in the cloud. They do claim that there are conscious rings of energy out there in space now. So, and these they have what are called like energy toroids. They're like self-sustaining toroidal fields of energy that they can project and like use as like bullets. So, I don't know how far they've gone. You'd have to ask DARPA, But yeah, I don't know. Because they are using the power of the machine right now. Because your body takes in 5G and amplifies it to the next device. So.
This reminds me of the Charles Haywood writing too, actually. The foundationalism stuff.
Yeah, I was just going to add that it seems that. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was just going to add that there seems to be two relevant technologies that have been emergent recently with the smart home idea. One is Thread, and the other one is the basic communication language. I forget what it's called. Meter, and thread. Is that right?
Interesting.
Tell me about it,
Yeah,
please.
and I heard about that. Yeah.
Expound.
No, I was just bouncing off your idea, Max Vision, that we amplify the signal, and so now they're
Okay,
the basics of this.
Is thread communication systems of some sort?
Yeah, and then meter, I believe, is the language it uses. If I have that correct.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting.
They don't even need any of that stuff. They just can track you through your Wi-Fi.
Well, yeah, that's one way. Yeah.
Yeah, and I wasn't saying they necessarily need it, but I was trying to tease out the idea that Max was getting at, that we're already being used as signal amplification.
Well, sure. I mean, obviously they're gonna try to use as many different avenues of
You're
getting this
tracked.
shit
We
in
are
there.
tracked by every system pretty much because we send our signal to almost every level of broadcast. So we are
But
tracked.
the thing that's interesting is not that we're being tracked. It's the question of we don't know why, and I don't think it's because of security that we're being tracked.
Oh, I
You
know
know what I mean?
why.
Like that's
Not at all.
I can tell you why easily. Just go to biodigital convergence. That's it.
right. But to what end? Right? Like why? Like clearly, if humans are involved, why would humans want to eliminate themselves from the equation? Right?
Well, they want to take control of your body, mind, and soul. They clearly say,
Well, the question is, could
not
they?
your soul.
Could
They
it?
don't say your
Could
soul in the actual documents, but your body and mind and your behaviors.
right? But the question is again, why? And the other question is like, you know, do they have the choice not to do that at this
Well,
point?
because they are complete psychopaths at the top.
Well,
They're paranoid and they're afraid because they don't like independent thought. They want you to think what they
well,
want you to think.
but it's also it's also a question of proliferation, right? If the technology gets out and everybody has access to levels of it, and you're trying to get ahead of it, the only
Well,
way to mitigate the problems of the problems that you've created is to continue to accelerate into it because you have to mitigate all the problems that come out of it, right?
yeah, well, that's I don't know if that's true, but what they do is they scare us, right? If we don't do AI, China's going to beat us, right? So we're
Well,
we're putting up all these data centers, but those data centers are just to track you. That's what they're for.
well, it's not only to
Yeah.
track us, and again, even if it is, why? It's not to make sure that we
Why?
don't do bad things or
Because of
something.
what I just
You know?
told you. They want to control your body, mind, and behavior.
And all the while, right? Like there is no real difference between China and the US as far as at the highest levels. They both have the same goal in mind.
Well, they have to manage people because people who aren't fed or happy generally aren't safe to be around. So they have no choice but to create a system that keeps them happy enough and fed enough.
Well, or scared enough to do what they tell you to.
Yeah, but people can't stay scared forever, you know. Like they'll just burn
Yeah,
out
they
and crash out,
can.
so
Yeah, yeah.
not really.
Once you're in a trauma mode, it's much easier to keep you in a trauma mode.
I
That's
mean, they're not very reliable if you're trying to maintain a system that is very fragile though, so
can you buy a house?
yeah, I mean, we don't have to debate it that deeply. I'm just trying to point out a
Yeah, but
different way of
okay,
looking at
there's
it.
all
Yeah.
kinds of different stresses they put you under constantly. Like economic,
Sure,
for sure.
but
Yeah,
yeah,
and Neuro Jack, what you're saying makes sense. And I don't know, Max, if we got at like the upshot or the answer to the question that he was seeking out, really. And I think that's okay because we're still looking.
yeah, and part of what I'm getting at is like I've been to China. You know, Frank's in China. I'm in the United States, and I think the people in the United States have a very narrow view of things, right? Like the rest of the world isn't exactly like we are really at all, you know. And so, you know, I think
Mhm.
we're all reacting somewhat differently to the problem because we're at different stages of the problem and we have different cultures that are adapting to the problem. So it's a complicated
Yeah,
system, but it's all interconnected,
and
right? So
would you, having been here, Neuro Jack, would you say that we're far more enmeshed in the system overtly?
yes, but also like you guys had a slower take on it, I would say, from my experience, because you guys are still way more family oriented, especially intergenerationally, and I think that was a very unique thing relative to the West, because I think we're a lot for well, I think we're 100 years ahead in some respects on that
Right.
matter. But you guys are catching up very quickly with that
Absolutely.
stuff, I would say. So it's kind of
And
weird.
and
Like
with
you
that,
guys were really far behind, but now you guys are catching up in the last like 15 years, I would say. So
yeah, the rapid evolution of it has been quite a thing to see. Like just in the couple of going on 3 decades now that I've been here, I've seen quite a transformation. But with that said, too, like what you were saying is with that family structure and like the societal structure in general, to some extent, now that I would say the AI has fully taken over the society, um, we still have like there's some areas where we actually have a greater sense of freedom than Americans.
oh yeah, for sure. You guys have a way more economic latitude or something like that, where it's like it's very desperate in some sense, but also generally speaking, like if you're looking for placement, you'll find a place. Whereas here in America, it's like if you're looking for placement, like you're not going to find. There's not going to be someone who's going to like find a place for you to go, right? So I think that's very interesting as well.
Right, right.
Freer than Americans at the cost of what though?
At the cost of all like overt idea of freedom or creativity and
Yeah,
you
you
know
don't have
eat,
freedom of
eat the
thought, but you have
bugs.
freedom of you have freedom of action, but you don't have freedom of thought. So it's very weird. Yeah, it's hard to describe. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Right, right.
such
Yeah.
But again,
And I would say
if you never had it, you won't miss it either. That's the other side of it. So
absolutely, that's a fact. They don't even know like the other idea. But I wanted to add too, like things are far easier for them in this system, like introducing of vegetable proteins as an alternative to meat. Like I've seen in just the last 5 years since the big hubbub, I've seen like almost like a complete replacement of most meat products with synthetic like Beyond Meat and so on, which is just crazy
Ruh-roh.
to me. But yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
well, well yeah. So I just wanted to mention one thing really quick. Of the because we read this thing about 2 years ago or something called Foundationalism by Charles Haywood, and I just want to mention some of his general points. So he's like, he rejects anti-tech agrarian romanticism, but he embraces city science and aggressive technological progress. Man must master technology for human flourishing, but not become its slave. Bold space conquest, settlement, a unifying heroic national goal of exploration, mining, expansion, grand public works, urban high culture, a diehard but cynical techno optimist. He rejects the singularity and transhumanist, but he does think that we have to preserve family and society. And he thinks that it serves virtue, hierarchy, and greatness. And he uses examples like Elon Musk and space exploration as one of his main things. Historical
Lols.
Western exploration and conquest, science and science fiction. Like a bunch of stuff that we all know about, obviously. Dune, for example. Um, some of these other people I'm not going to mention, but like obviously William Gibson and Arthur C. Clarke and H.G. Wells, which I disagree that some of these people were optimists, but
Wells,
but
Fabian
he,
socialist.
yeah, exactly. But yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to mention like there's kind of these weird like pro other things that are kind of pro whatever, but they're kind of based on these kind of oh yeah, this is Descartes as a transgender cyber feminist, by the way. So my picture here. So thank you
Sheesh.
for showing everybody.
Yeah. Well played.
Go to move my hand, it'll move my virtual hand. And so I can be an actor in this virtual environment. We can shake hands and give each other a hug, or we can run on the beach or sit down at a desk and have experiences in these virtual reality environments. But your body doesn't have to be the same body that you have in real reality.
Promises.
Could become each other, for example. And so I wanted to demonstrate how you could do that. So I had magnetic sensors in my clothing. As I moved, a life-size, realistic, real-time animation, pretty photorealistic, of Ramona.
So who's Ramona? We're about to meet Ramona.
Moved exactly the way I did. My voice was changed into her voice using some other computer technology, and that drove her lips. And so it looked like she was giving the presentation, but I was actually being transformed into her. And the audience could see me and her. And
actually, we have a demonstration to show the folks at home.
But
yeah,
Okay,
you can experience somebody else's experiences at this point.
Oh yeah, yeah. We saw that. Actually, a person was able to send a sensation in his hand to his wife. You know, who's in another country. He was in England, and I think she was like in the United States or something like that.
Yeah.
And they were able to send a sensation or a feeling, you know, that he felt into her hand. So this is actually, so you could feel other people's feelings and sensations. You know, they could,
Yep.
you know, so they're able to create a hive mind.
Yeah, it goes further than that. That's what they're showing you, but it goes further than that to the point where you can put your mind in somebody else's body and move their body.
Bit of parlor tricks, huh?
Yeah, it's like plankton on SpongeBob, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I put biodigital convergence in the back chat. So you guys all in chat here or on the panel, you should take a look at that. Because that's where they're trying to take us, which is pretty much control of your body, mind, and soul. They don't say soul, but it's there.
Yeah, I don't think they can actually do that. They're going to try though, for sure.
Yeah.
Unintended consequences always win.
It just gives you the idea of what their intention is, which is
Yeah.
dark.
Not good. It's definitely not good.
Can be who you want to be, and you can be where you want to be, and with whom you want to be, and you can be where you want to be, and with whom you want to be, who you want to.
And it all amounts to the feeling you get from AI slop.
But
virtual reality, you can be who you want to be, and you can be where you want to be, and with whom you want to be, and you can even have been who you want to have been. Well, my childhood was kind of tough, although I didn't really think about that at the time. You know, you don't really have much to compare to, but my pa, he was always trying hard, but he never did seem to be able to hold on to a job.
Yeah, you get enough graphene oxide in you, they can stimulate any muscle in your body, so you can pretty much feel anything they want you to feel.
Oh yeah, yeah. Kurzweil is probably snorting the stuff by now.
Yeah.
You know,
Getting
honestly,
injected into his veins.
yeah, he's probably got a pile of it, like it's like Scarface, right? Where he's just got a pile and he's just like snorting it. Right?
Yep. Look up graphene.
Is that what they used to?
Graphene-based healthcare, if you ever have the chance, people. And
is that what they used to call smart dust?
Oh, brother.
Yeah, he's got like a pile of smart dust, like at the end of Scarface, and he's just snorting it. Like,
Yeah, I think they definitely, that stuff shows up on my night vision camera, like on my security cameras. And I was like, is it snowing outside? I like walk outside and there's like nothing there. You can't see anything. I'm like, okay, well.
You point a laser out into the night sky and you'll see particulates, and those will be plastine, those will be plastics, graphene oxide.
It's a powdered toast man.
Yeah.
From Ren and Stimpy.
Yeah, pretty much. I do not breathe dryer lint. No.
Yeah. So let's watch the rest of this video, and then I got a music break, and then we'll go on to the next part of this presentation. Thank you guys.
haven't written that many songs, but I try to express what's most deeply on my mind. In virtual reality, you can be someone else. You don't have to be the same boring person all the time. I mean, you all have these personalities inside you that don't quite fit with your bodies in real reality. So basically, most people just like kill them all off. Some people don't actually keep any of their personalities, which reminds me of some of my old boyfriends, but that's another story.
Oh boy.
What?
Wow.
What
Yeah,
the
what a
hell is
tangled-
even that?
It's a tangled web is what it is.
So it reminds him of
That kind of hurt my brain a little bit.
oh yeah. So anyways, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. I'm gonna make some coffee and then we'll get to the technophobe section, and it's gonna kind of reverse a lot of the ideas there. So yeah, blessings.
Cleanse the cringe with the
Glitches
music.
and what you call the
Yeah, cleanse the cringe, exactly. But maybe not. Maybe it'll be just a different perspective. So yeah, blessings.
glitches in what you call the human security system. These sorts of notions. You talk about K-War, which I kind of interpret to be a kind of like revolutionary guerrilla warfare, but on the level of the social codes in some sense. And you know, back from that period, you're even interested in more fantastic ideas such as stuff like Neo-Lemurian Time War, in which, you know, one gets the sense that your position then seems to be that, or at least you seem to have thought that these sorts of accelerationist insights might allow rebellious individuals and groups to fundamentally alter or hack the nature of social reality in ways that the status quo institutions are not able to defend against. And so it's this very heady, emancipatory kind of tone to all of it. And so a lot of people who are interested in your work and in your ideas got into you through these early texts. And I think we know it's very clear that since then, your thinking has evolved drastically. But what's unclear, I think, is how and why exactly your perspective has changed, or just, you know, how to understand the trajectory between those early kind of heady, typically emancipatory kind of connotations in your thinking, in your kind of accelerationist view of the world, and your current viewpoints. And so before even going into your current views and picking your brain about how you see these things today, I'm just curious if you could kind of mentally go back to the 1990s when you're theorizing all these kind of radical ideas at the beginning. What would you say, like, what was the first kind of crack in that tendency for you? Like, what gave exactly? Was there a particular realization or insight or problem or anomaly in kind of your viewpoints in the 90s that kind of cracked and made you kind of see that all of these radical emancipatory ideas are not going to work? Or how would you explain that?
These things come in waves. I mean, wave motion is crucial to it. There was an extremely exciting wave that was ridden by the CCIU in the early to mid-1990s. You know, the internet was basically arrived in those years. There were all kinds of things going on culturally and technologically and economically that were extremely exciting. And, you know, that carried this accelerationist current and made it extremely immediately plausible and convincing to people. Outrageous, perhaps, but definitely convincing. But it was followed, and I wouldn't want to put specific dates on this, really, but I think there was an epoch of deep disillusion, like the you know, I'd call it the Facebook era. And obviously, for anyone who's kind of coming in any way out of Deleuze and Guattari, for something called Facebook to be the dominant sort of representative of cyberspace is just almost, you know, comically horrible thing to happen. You know, and I just really responded to this with such utter prolonged disgust that a certain, like a, you know, deep sedimentary layer of profound grumpiness, you know, from a personal point of view was added to this. But I don't think it's just a personal thing. I mean, I think that acceleration just went into massive eclipse.
To me, what's really at stake in this question is understanding the nature of ideology, because that's one of the things I'm really interested in today, is just what exactly is ideology? What is the most empirically sophisticated way to understand social communities' tendencies to divide along ideological dimensions, a number of those dimensions, the relationship between those dimensions. I find it very fascinating and important because I think it's that those are the tracks along which so much of contemporary kind of mass insanity and confusion go down. So it almost seems to me like listening to you describe your own trajectory, it almost sounds like you're endorsing kind of like a horseshoe theory of ideology, right? This idea that, the radical left at a certain margin almost has to become right-wing to some degree. That seems to be kind of baked into what you're saying about Deleuze and Guattari's perspective on acceleration, that, the real way to rebel against capitalism is in some sense to be so capitalist that capitalism can't handle it to some degree. Is that how you see it, kind of?
Actually, that's not really how I see it, but I think it has an interesting suggestion, and I think we're touching upon this really fascinating and intricate zone in making that suggestion, for sure.
So what's wrong with that to you?
Okay, let me see. Well, maybe before trying to immediately sort of respond precisely to that, let me just say that, a lot of there is an actual sort of fabric of discussion, obviously very connected to your point around this, which comes from the fact that precisely because of this surreptitious, insidious strategy that Deleuze and Guattari, I'm going to use them as the kind of the epitome of this, that we're involved in. Because of that strategy, they have resulted in a question that has haunted accelerationism from its birth, which is precisely this thing about, is it a left wing or a right wing process that we've seen people exploring in stages later. And the sort of leftist, I would say the original leftist formulation of it, before, very different from anything that we get in what then becomes called left accelerationism later, is that, well, it's almost like Lenin's, the worse the better. So the understanding of it is that, what Deleuze and Guattari are doing, what the accelerationist current coming out of them is doing, is saying the way to destroy capitalism is to accelerate it. And there's no other strategy that has any chance of being successful. Now, is that? Oh, so then there's a question. Well, okay, can we model what we're being said there as a horseshoe? That there is a certain kind of possible meeting point of kind of hyper-rightists in terms of kind of proponents of capitalism, and hyper-leftists as defined as kind of ferocious antagonists of capitalism. I mean, yes, I will grant, in that construction that's not implausible. That's not implausible. And I think we do see these interesting crossovers. Like, obviously, one figure that I think is sort of on the edge of this, and of great interest to lots of people working in sort of accelerationism related areas, is this guy who goes by the nick of Dam Yehu, or if I'm pronouncing that right, Jehu, I don't know. He's he's as fundamentalist Marxist as anyone I've ever come across. I mean, absolutely fundamentalist, anti-capitalist, proletarian revolution, economistic Marxist. And yet, there's a huge zone of resonance between his analysis and kind of accelerationist currents that would be seen as being sort of absolutely sort of offensively and unambiguously rightist in orientation. So I'm saying all of this to say that there's something serious behind what you're saying. It's not like there's nothing there. But I think there's this. I have to put this my fourth point on the table, which will bounce back onto this question, which is the fact that I think the right accelerationist commitment that sort of that feeds into all kinds of later things, but definitely is something already going on in the 1990s. Is that the actual practical social force of conservatism, of what in a certain sense would be called even reaction, is the political left. That's what the political left is. The political left is the thing that is set essentially against the imperative to accelerate the process. And so, by that definition of leftism, it's really what then becomes said, what I then say, as soon as I'm not within a certain strategic context set by, I'll say the academy, but I think it's not just the academy. It's also a sort of a structure of political and ideological.
All right, I got another thing here. This is for this whole show is for Uncle Teddy's birthday. So here's Uncle Teddy.
By Blackfoot Valley Dispatch. Ted Kaczynski. 2001. In 1999, I requested an interview with Theodore J. Kaczynski for the Blackfoot Valley Dispatch, which he kindly granted. The interview took place that same year at the United States Penitentiary, Administrative Maximum, Florence, Colorado. BVD, well, TJK, well, BVD, well, why did you leave your job at Berkeley and your career in mathematics? TJK, at the time I accepted the job at Berkeley, I had already decided that I would keep it for at most 2 years before leaving it to go live in the woods. The fact is that I never at any time felt satisfied with the idea of spending my life as just a mathematician and nothing more. Ever since my early teens, I had dreamed of escaping from civilization, as in going to live on an uninhabited island or in some other wild place. The trouble was that I didn't know how to go about it, and it was extremely difficult to work up the nerve to cut loose from my civilized moorings and take off to the woods. It's very difficult. Because sometimes we don't know how much the choices we make are governed by the expector. Tie-ins of people around us, and the fact that we go and do something other people would regard as mad, it's very difficult to do. Furthermore, I didn't know where to go really. But at about the beginning of my last year at the University of Michigan, I went through a kind of crisis. You could say that the psychological chains with which society binds us sort of broke for me. After that, I was sure that I had the courage to break away from the system, to take off and just go into some wild place and try to live there. When I went to Berkeley, I never went there with the intention of continuing there indefinitely. I took the job at Berkeley only to earn some money to get started with, to buy a piece of land. BVD, you said that when you were in your early teens you had dreams of going to live in an uninhabited place. Do you recall anything that led you to have those dreams? Something you saw or experienced? TJK, certainly things I read led me in that direction. Robinson Crusoe, for one thing. And then when I was maybe 11 or 12, somewhere in around there, I read some anthropology books about Neanderthal man and speculations about the way they lived and so forth. I became very interested in reading about that stuff and at some point asked myself why I wanted to read more about this material. At some point it dawned on me that what I really wanted was not to read more about these things but to actually live that way. BVD, it's interesting that these things impacted you so strongly that you actually acted on them. What do you think it was about the lives or lifestyles of Crusoe and Neanderthal man that appealed to you? TJK, at the time I don't think I knew why I was attracted to those ways of life. I now think it had a great deal to do with freedom and personal autonomy. BVD, those things must appeal to many people. So, why not everyone who? TJK, I think a lot of people are attracted to the settings, but he aren't especially determined to actually break away from their ties and actually go and do something like that. Robinson Crusoe is supposed to be one of the most widely read books that's ever been written. So it's obviously attractive to many people. An investigator for my case said that she herself was very interested in the way of life I adopted in Montana and that many other people to whom she talked about my case were also very interested in it. And many people that her investigators talked to thought that they envied me. As a matter of fact, one of the FBI agents who arrested me said, "I really envy your way of life up here." So, there are a lot of people who react that way, but they just sort of drift with the tide and don't come to a point where they break away. BVD, when you broke away, you went to Lincoln, Montana. Why Lincoln? TJK, well, first of all I applied for a lease on a piece of crown land in British Columbia. After, I think, over a year, they turned it down. I spent the next winter, the winter of 1970 to 1971, at my parents' home in Lombard, Illinois. Meanwhile my brother had gone to live in Great Falls, Montana, where he eventually go to Joe Bath Anaconda Company smelter. At Somi Point during that winter he mentioned Edin Aletta to Mamath 85 wanted to buy a piece of land in his part of the country, he would be interested in going 50-50 with me on it. So during the spring I drove.
Yeah, sometimes this like reader it like reads too fast and it kind of like fucks up the words. I think I like put it on too fast of a setting, but yeah.
We can
Out to
still
Great
understand.
Falls.
I can still understand it.
Yeah.
Showed up at his apartment and took him up on his offer. With characteristic passivity, he left it up to me to find a piece of land. Not knowing what'll setado, I just took off toward Thewiston Highway 200, which at the time I think was called Highway 20, to see what I could see. As I passed through Lincoln, I saw a little cabin, almost just a kiosk by the side of the road, with a sign advertising real estate. I stopped and asked the realtor, an old man named Ray Jensen, whether he could show me a secluded plot of land. He showed me a place up Stemple Pass Road. I liked it. I took my brother to see it and he liked it too, so we bought it. We paid $2,100 in cash in $20 bills to the owner, Cliff Gehring, Sr. BVD, so it could have been almost anywhere, actually. TJK, yeah. BVD, what was Lincoln like when you first moved there? TJK, the town itself to me doesn't seem that much different. I don't notice that much change. But there has been some, like the new school, the library, and a few new businesses. Maybe I would notice the changes in the town more if I were interested in it, but since I'm not, I don't notice much of those changes. I am interested in the surrounding countryside, and that has changed a lot because aside from logging and road building, an awful lot of people have moved in there. For example, Stemple Pass Road. There were far fewer places along Stemple Pass Road, and most of them were just log cabins. Not modern log cabins, but ones that must have been built decades and decades ago, and 2. The few year-round residents were real old-timers, another culture, not modern people. Stemple Pass Road at that time looked like a bit left over from the old frontier days. If you go down Stemple Pass Road today, you'll see these fancy, pretentious, modern things that really look out of place in the woods. But the very few cabins that existed before were not pretentious. They weren't modern. In fact, one
Whoops.
Oops.
by Blackfoot Valley Dispatch. Ted Kaczynski. 2001.
Okay.
In fact, once when my parents came to visit me in the early 1970s, we drove along Stemple Pass Road and my mother, who is bourgeois to the core in spite of her background, asked in a sneering tone, who are these people who live in these places? Are they just drifters or what? They weren't drifters, but stable old-timers, retirees. But they weren't concerned about status and the appearance of their homes. They were old-fashioned enough so that they didn't care whether their houses had an appearance of middle-class respectability. So, by my mother's standard their homes looked shabby. You can see how Stemple Pass Road has changed, and similar changes, I think, characterize a lot of the country around Lincoln, because a lot of places where there are cabins now, there were no cabins when I got there. BVD, your cabin looked right at home, harmonious, with its surroundings in the woods. Did you use plans to help you with the building of it, or did you plan the building yourself? TJK, I just planned it myself. BVD, and you built the cabin yourself? TJK, I had a little help from my brother, but very little. The amount of help he gave me was insignificant. Mostly I did it by myself. BVD, how long did it take you to build it? TJK, it took me from the beginning of July 1971 until I think late November. But the work was interrupted by some trips I made to Great Falls for various purposes. Much more important, it was interrupted when I scalded my foot. On August 1st, 1971, I was so clumsy as to knock over a pot of boiling soup. It poured right down into my sneaker and scalded my foot so badly that, on doctor's orders, I remained inactive for about 5 or 5.5 weeks. BVD, I'm curious. Did you have enough light in your cabin? Was it light enough in there? TJK, In the winter? BVD, anytime. TJK, yeah. It was light enough. Except for when it got dark outside, of course. BVD, who were the people you first met when you came to Lincoln, and who were your neighbors? TJK, well, obviously, the realtor. But, the first people whom I knew socially when I moved onto my property were Glenn and Dolores Williams, who still own the cabin next to mine. They never lived there permanently. It was only a vacation home for them. I was always on friendly terms with them, but I never became at all close to them. And Irene Preston and Kenny Lee. They were, what we call, colorful characters. He used to have some interesting stories. BVD, and when did you meet the Lundbergs? TJK, I think I first met Dick Lundberg around 1975, because until that time I had a car, later an old pickup truck. But after about 1975 I had no functioning motor vehicle, and that was when I started riding to Helena occasionally with Dick. I think I met Ellen in the late 1970s or early 80s. BVD, so, these people you met were the people living in close proximity to you. TJK, yeah. Glenn and his wife, as you know, were living just below me, and I also met Bill Hull and some members of his family. Aside from clerks in stores and so forth, those were the only people I got to know until, probably into the 80s. When Sherry, Wood, took over the library. 3. I started to get to know her. Eventually I got to know Teresa and the Garlands. I got to know them by going into their store. So, I didn't really get to know people there to any significant extent for the first 10 years I was there, or more. BVD, what about Chris Waits? TJK, the first I met him would probably be somewhere around the mid-80s. I don't remember. He used to sometimes pass me on the road. I may have taken a ride from him once or twice, I'm not sure if I ever did at all. But I know he used to pass me on the road and say hello, and that's the only acquaintance I ever had with him, except once I was at his yard sale at Leora Halls, and I talked briefly to him there. See, I pretty much spent my time in the woods and kept to myself, and so, really, had no occasion to meet anyone except the people living in the immediate area. BVD eyes. He didn't really live in the immediate area. About Leora Hall's yard sale, where you briefly talked to him. In his book, Waits claims that you bought silver or silver-plated flatware there. But Leora Hall has said that you positively did not buy any silver or silver-plated flatware, because she didn't have any for sale. She does, however, remember seeing you there and even remembers the specific items bought. Any comment? TJK, I've never bought any silver-plated flatware from Leora Hall or anyone else. BVD, well, let's move on then. Did you follow routines in your life? TJK, I didn't really have routines, but certain activities such as cooking meals or fetching sticks for kindling tended to fall into routine patterns. BVD, what was an average day like for you in Lincoln? TJK, that's a very difficult question to answer because I don't know that there was an average day. My activities varied so much according to the season and according to the tasks I had before me on a given day. But I will describe a representative day. TJK, well, let's take a day in January, and let's suppose I wake up about 3 a.m. to find that snow is falling. I start a fire in my stove and put a pot of water on. When the water comes to a boil, I dump a certain quantity of rolled oats into it and stir them for a few minutes until they are cooked. Then I take the pot off the stove, add a couple of spoonfuls of sugar and some milk made from powdered milk. While the oats are cooling, I eat a piece of cold boiled rabbit meat. Afterward, I eat the oats. I sit for a few minutes before the open door of the stove watching the fire burn down, then I take my clothes off again, get back into bed, and go to sleep. When I wake up, the sky is just starting to get light. I get out of bed and dress myself quickly because it's cold in the cabin. By the time I'm dressed, there's a little more light and I can see that it's no longer snowing and the sky is clear. Because of the fresh snow, it should be a good day for rabbit hunting. So I take my old, beat-up, single-shot .22 down from the hooks on the wall. I put my little wooden cartridge box, containing 16 cartridges, in my pocket, with a couple of books of matches wrapped in plastic bags and a sheath knife on my belt in case I have to build a fire in an emergency. Then I put on my snowshoes and take off. First there's a hard climb to get up on top of the ridge, and then a level walk of a mile or so to get to the open forest of lodgepole pines where I want to hunt. A little way into the pines I find the tracks of a snowshoe hare. I follow the trail around and around through its tangled meanderings for about an hour. Then suddenly I see the black eye and the black-tipped ears of an otherwise white snowshoe hare. It's usually the eye and the black-tipped ears you notice first. The bunny is watching me from behind the tangled branches and green needles of a recently fallen pine tree. The rabbi's is about 40 feet away, but it's alert and watching me, so I won't try to get closer. However, I have to maneuver for an angle to shoot from, so that I can have a clear shot through the tangle of branches, even a slender twig. 4. Can deflector .22 bullet in autocorsiamis. Target hat clear shot. I have Vitoli down in the snow in an odd position and use my Neeserist for the rifle barrel. I line up the sights on the rabbit's head.
Yeah, just to be clear, that was a typo, so he's shooting rabbits, not rabbis. right? So I get the stream totally canceled
Sheesh.
here
That is hilarious, though. My gosh.
by getting totally just put on an ADL watch list at this point.
Head, at a point just behind the eye, hold steady, ping. The rabbit is clipped through the head. Such a shot ordinarily kills the rabbit instantly, but the animal's hind legs usually kick violently for a few seconds so that it bounces around in the snow. When the rabbit stops kicking, I walk up to it and see that it's quite dead. I say aloud, "Thank you, Grandfather Rabbit." Grandfather Rabbit is a kind of demigod I've invented who is the tutelary spirit of all the snowshoe rabbits. I stand for a
You gotta love that.
It's a
Grandfather
puka.
rabbit.
It's a puka. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
funny.
It's a real deal.
few minutes slu king around ati pure whitey's no and the sun light filtering through the pine trees. I take in the silence and the solitude. It's good to be here. Occasionally I've found snowmobile tracks along the crest of the main ridge, but in these woods where I am now, once. The big game hunting season is over. In all my years in this country, I've never seen a human footprint other than my own. I take one of the noosed cords out of my pocket. For convenience in carrying, I put the noose around the rabbit's neck and wrap the other end of the cord around my mittened hand. Then I go looking for the trail of another rabbit. When I have 3 rabbits, I head home. On arriving there, I've been out some 6 or 7 hours. My first task is to peel off the skins of the rabbits and remove their guts. Their livers, hearts, kidneys, brains, and some assorted scraps I put in a tin can. I hang the carcasses up under the shelter, then run down to my root cellar to fetch some potatoes and a couple of parsnips. When these have been washed and other chores performed, splitting some wood maybe, or collecting snow to melt for drinking water, I put the pot on the boil, and at the appropriate time add some dried wild greens, the parsnips, the potatoes, and the livers and other internal organs of the rabbits. By the time it's all cooked, the sky is getting dark. I eat my stew by the light of my kerosene lamp. Or, if I want to economize, maybe I open the door of the stove and eat by the light of the fire. I finish off with a half a handful of raisins. I'm tired but at peace. I sit for a while.
What's that, Max?
You got to stew rabbit. It's kind of stringy. If you
Yeah.
yeah.
I've never had it, but
yeah, if you go along the power lines that run across our great countries, rabbits are all over those places. You can catch rabbits so easily.
Yep, they're pretty much everywhere out here in the desert too. Everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, and the more you catch of them, the more they make.
Yeah, they do. Every single time. It's crazy. Not like horny toads.
They're like fucking popcorn of the meat world, you know? Like,
well, it's important. You'd need a lot of them. I looked it up. It says you'd need about 8 rabbits a day to survive and 11 to 13 squirrels. So
yeah, you got to add other stuff, you know, vegetable matter and stuff.
yeah, he breaks down how he's actually grown a bunch of food and he's got tons of other stuff too that he forages for. So he's got tons of other stuff that he adds in.
Yeah, what's the best strategy there? What kind of other things would you supplement with?
Birds are good.
Yeah, he points it out. The rabbits are the top thing that he's looking for, right, in terms of hunting, right? And he's got the stews there, but he's putting other stuff into the stew as well, vegetables and stuff. And yeah, he'll break it down here in a second.
In front of the open door of the stove, gazing at the fire. I may read a little. More likely, I'll just lie on my bed for a time watching the firelight flicker on the walls. When I get sleepy, I take off my clothes, get under the blankets, and go to sleep. BVD, I envy you, too. While work, that does sound wonderful. Freedom and autonomy. No time clock to punch, whether literal or figurative. But let me shift topic. You just mentioned sleep. Was your bed, or bunk, comfortable? TJK, well, it was comfortable enough for me. BVD, I respect and appreciate your thanking Grandfather Rabbit. I'm reminded of the real origins of the ritual or custom of saying grace before a meal, a solemn awareness of sacrifice, that all life gives itself so that other life may live. Do you believe in fate? TJK, no. BVD, do you believe in God? TJK, no. Do you? BVD, fate or God? TJK, both. BVD, maybe. I remember reading that your parents were atheists, that you were raised in an atheistic home. TJK, true. BVD, do remember your parents ever talking about God? Did they ever say anything like this is what some people believe? 5. TJK, oh, they did a little bit. For example, if my mother were reading a book to me and something about God were in there, she would explain, well, some people believe so-and-so, but we don't believe it. That sort of thing. BVD, I see. Well, back on your representative day, you mentioned some of what you might eat. What was our diet like in general? What would you eat on a typical day? TJK, this varied so much with the season. Between 1975 and 1983 I would buy flour, rice, rolled oats, sugar, cornmeal, cooking oil, and powdered milk, and a modest amount of canned fruit and or tomatoes for the winter. I would eat maybe 1 can every other day through the cold season. I would eat a small amount of canned fish and dried fruit. Other than that, almost everything I ate was wild or grown in my garden. I ate deer, elk, snowshoe hare, pine squirrel, 3 kinds of grouse, and porcupines, and occasionally ducks, rockchucks, muskrats, pack rats, weasels, coyotes, an owl killed by accident. I would never kill an owl intentionally, deer mice, and grasshoppers, huckleberries, soapberries, red twinberries, black twinberries, gooseberries, 2 kinds of blackcurrants, raspberries, strawberries, Oregon grapes, chokecherries, and rose hips. Starchy roots I ate were camas, yampa, bitterroot, and lamatium, also sprint beauty. I also ate a few minor kinds of roots and a couple of dozen kinds of wild greens. During May and June, before each meal I would eat a salad, often quite a large salad, by just strolling around my property, picking a bit of this and that, and popping it into my mouth. In a few cases I ground up edible seeds and used them for bread. But grinding them was excessively time-consuming. I had no hand mill, and ground them on a rock. In my garden I grew potatoes, parsnips, beets, onions, 2 kinds of carrots, spinach, radishes, broccoli, and on occasion orich, Jerusalem artichoke, and turnips. I would dry wild greens and garden vegetables, and sometimes berries, for use in the winter. But for my starchy foods I relied mainly on potatoes and on store-bought staples such as flour, rice, etc. Wild starchy roots are scanty up in the high country. Bitterroot and camas are abundant in places in the lower, flat areas, but these are mostly private land and presumably the ranchers wouldn't want me digging up their meadows to get these foods. In the winters I used to use a tea made from the needles of Douglas fir as a source of vitamin C. My last winter in Montana, 1995 to 1996, I was hard up. But when you have to dispense with the things that the system provides, it's surprising how well you can do by improvising on your own. I had no commercial fruits or vegetables, whether fresh, dried, or canned, but I had plenty of my own vegetables. I had some dried blackcurrants and rhubarb, and I had squirrels and rabbits for meat. The commercial stuff I had was just flour, whole wheat and white cooking oil, sugar, and I think I had a scanty supply of rice. I don't recall whether I had any oats or cornmeal. I do know that the little powdered milk that I had soon run out and I was using plaster of Paris dental as a source of calcium. When that ran out I was planning to use either burnt, pulverized rabbit bones, or pulverized limestone. But I did alright, I enjoyed my meals, and it was a good winter. BVD, what was your favorite wild food? TJK, probably the tastiest wild food in the Lincoln area is partridge berries, a tiny species of Vaccinium, the blueberry genus, that grows at high altitudes. The berries are so tiny that it may take an hour to pick a cupful, but the flavor is superb. Apart from those, my favorite foods are huckleberries, yampa, and the livers of deer, snowshoe rabbit, and porcupines. BVD, did you have any favorite meals that you prepared? 6. TJK, I didn't have any standard meals, since I just ate what was available at a given time. Generally speaking, my best meals were the stews that contained meat, vegetables, and some starchy food such as potatoes, rice, noodles, or roots such as yampa. BVD, would you eat your meals outdoors? TJK, I seldom did that. I usually ate indoors, at my table in the cabin. When I was done eating, I would semeti mesit back in my care with me fi tuponthita blind just gaze at thuendau for a while. BVD, could you see out the window? TJK, pardon me? BVD, could you see out the window? TJK, yes. That's what windows are for. BVD, how did you learn which plants were edible and their preparation, if any was needed? TJK, 4 years before I left Berkeley I'd been interested in the outdoors, and I had been learning skills such as how to recognize edible wild plants and so forth. I learned how to recognize them from books on the subject, such as Edible Wild Plants of Eastern North America, by Fernald and Kinsey, and Wild Edible Plants of the Western United States, by Donald Kirk. The books give some information about preparation of these plants, but mostly I learned to prepare them by trial and error. I learned some edible plants by experiment. It would be dangerous to experiment with certain families of plants, such as the carrot family and the lily family, because they contain some species that are deadly poisonous. But it's safe to experiment with the mustard family, and the composite family and the beet family, as far as I know, contain no deadly species, though they do contain some that are more or less poisonous. There were a couple of members of the mustard family that I used as greens without ever learning the names of the plants. There was a member of the composite family that I ate for years before I learned that it was a species of false dandelion. And there was a member of the beet family that I often ate but never did identify. BVD, were you self-sufficient? TJK, by no means wholly self-sufficient. Any dead store-bought staples sushis flour, rice, rolled oats, and cooking oil, I bout most off my clothing, though I'll somatosome, originally complete. Self-sufficiency was a goal that I wanted to attain eventually, but with the shrinking of the wild country and the crowding in of people around me, I got to feeling that there wasn't any point in it anymore, and my interests turned in other directions. BVD, how did the way you chose to live fulfill your dreams, desires, or original motivations? Thatis, your dreams as a youth, and your plan.
Okay, so this is sort of the main push here, is this last sort of 5 minutes of the thing. And yeah, obviously we're not celebrating the actions, but the fact is that some brilliant ideas for sure, especially this last 5 minutes, but definitely very influential ideas from the man about disconnecting with technological society and whatnot. So this is what he has to say about some of his motivations.
And decision to leave Berkeley. And what was the most satisfying thing about your life in Lincoln? TJK, in my life in the woods I found certain satisfactions that I had expected, such as personal freedom, independence, a certain element of adventure, a low-stress way of life. I also achieved certain satisfactions that I hadn't fully understood or anticipated, or that even came as complete surprises to me. The more intimate you become with nature, the more you appreciate its beauty. It's a beauty that consists not only in sights and sounds but in an appreciation of the whole thing. I don't know how to express it. What is significant is that when you live in the woods, rather than just visiting them, the beauty becomes a part of your life rather than something you just look at from the outside. Related to this, part of the intimacy with nature that you acquire is the sharpening of your senses. Not that your hearing or eyesight become more acute, but you notice things more. In city 7 life you tend to be turned inward, in a way. Your environment is crowded with irrelevant sights and sounds, and you get conditioned to block most of them out of your consciousness. In the woods you get so that your awareness is turned outward, toward your environment, hence you are much more conscious of what goes on around you. For example, you'll notice inconspicuous things on the ground, such as stable plants or animal tracks. If a human being has passed through and has left even just a small part of a footprint, you'll probably notice it. You know what the sounds are that come to your ears. This is a bird call, that is the buzzing of a horsefly, this is a startled deer running off, this is the thump of a pine cone that has been cut down by a squirrel and has landed on a log. If you hear a sound that you can't identify, it immediately catches your attention, even if it's so faint that it's barely audible. To me this alertness, or openness of one's senses, is one of the greatest luxuries of living close to nature. You can't understand this unless you've experienced it yourself. Another thing I learned was the importance of having purposeful work to do. I mean really purposeful work, life and death stuff. I didn't truly realize what life in the woods was all about until my economic situation was such that I had to hunt, gather plants, and cultivate a garden in order to eat. During part of my time in Lincoln, especially 1975 through 1978, if I didn't have success in hunting, then I didn't get any meat to eat. I didn't get any vegetables unless I gathered or grew them myself. There is nothing more satisfying than the fulfillment and self-confidence that this kind of self-reliance brings. In connection with this, one loses most of one's fear of death. In living close to nature, one discovers that happiness does not consist in maximizing pleasure. It consists in tranquility. Once you have enjoyed tranquility long enough, you acquire actually an aversion to the thought of any very strong pleasure, excessive.
Where I live, what I have seen over my lifetime is that they have taken out all the fruit trees. All the fruit trees have been stripped from the landscape. They used to be on the streets, but now they replace them with pine trees or maple trees, nothing that bears any fruit.
Yeah, that's interesting.
We still have mulberry trees here in Albuquerque, but they've been taking them out too.
Yeah, they replace them, but they replace them with things that don't bear any fruit. So yeah, like we could have fruit trees lining the streets, and everybody could have preserves, and you can live off of fruit if you have to, you know, and there could be enough of it. But every tree that they put around now is not a fruit bearing tree.
Aren't fruit trees somewhat labor intensive to maintain them in good order?
Only like if you don't have a lot of birds, like the birds will eat the fruit off the ground. I mean, don't go walking around underneath them barefoot, probably, but
Yeah, like an apple tree, once you crop it, like after its first 5 years, if you keep it trimmed at a good level, it'll stay there and fruit will be available for everyone.
and applewood
Yeah,
is
that's
really good for making
interesting.
magic wands.
The reason I asked is because I had a lot of fruit trees on my land in Tennessee, but since nobody's living there, they all kind of like went bad really quickly, like within just a couple of years.
Yeah, you got to keep them low, and keep them trimmed a bit. But that's not really that hard. That doesn't take much.
Yeah, but
You
definitely that's on purpose. You're right about that. Sounds like it's on purpose for sure. Yeah.
Pleasure would disrupt your tranquility. Finally, one learns that boredom is a disease of civilization. It seems to me that
Oh
what
yeah,
boredom
here, hold on.
mostly
Let me
is
go
that
back
people
a
have to
little
keep themselves entertained or occupied, because if they aren't, then certain anxiety.
bit. Here, hold on. Let me go back like just a tad bit here. To this section here. This is a crazy good point. Okay, here we go. Okay, yeah, this is the last
thing
part.
I learned was the importance of having purposeful work to do. I mean really purposeful work, life and death stuff. I didn't truly realize what life in the woods was all about until my economic situation was such that I had to hunt, gather plants, and cultivate a garden in order to eat. During part of my time in Lincoln, especially 1975 through 1978, if I didn't have success in hunting, then I didn't get any meat to eat. I didn't get any vegetables unless I gathered or grew them myself. There is nothing more satisfying than the fulfillment and self-confidence that this kind of self-reliance brings. In connection with this, one loses most of one's fear of death. In living close to nature, one discovers that happiness does not consist in maximizing pleasure. It consists in tranquility. Once you have enjoyed tranquility long enough, you acquire actually an aversion to the thought of any very strong pleasure. Excessive pleasure would disrupt your tranquility. Finally, one learns that boredom is a disease of civilization. It seems to me that what boredom mostly is that people have to keep themselves entertained or occupied, because if they aren't, then certain anxieties, frustrations, discontents, and so forth, start coming to the surface, and it makes them uncomfortable. Boredom is almost non-existent once you've become adapted to life in the woods. If you don't have any work that needs to be done, you can sit for hours at a time just doing nothing, just listening to the birds or the wind or the silence, watching the shadows move as the sun travels, or simply looking at familiar objects. And you don't get bored. You're just at peace. BVD, what was the hardest part or thing about your life in Lincoln? TJK, the worst thing about my life in the woods was the inexorable closing in of modern civilization. There were always more houses along Stemple Pass Road and elsewhere. More roads put through the woods, more areas logged off, more aircraft flying over. Radio collars on the elk. Spraying herbicides, etc., etc. BVD, what are some of your fondest memories of your life in the woods? TJK, early in the springtime, when the winter's snow was melted off enough to make it possible, I would take long rambles over the hills, enjoying the new physical freedom made possible by the fact that I no longer had to wear snowshoes, and coming home with a load of fresh, young wild vegetables such as wild onions, dandelions, bitterroot, and lamasham, with a grouse or two killed illegally, I'll admit. Working on my garden early in the morning, hunting snowshoe rabbits in the winter, time spent at my hidden shack during the winter, certain places where I camped out during spring, summer, or autumn. Autumn stews of deer meat with potatoes and other veg. 8. Edibles from my garden. Any number of occasions when I just sat or lay still doing nothing, not even thinking much, just soaking in the peace. BVD, thank you, very much. TJK, you're welcome. 9. The Anarchist Library Anti-
Good evening, I'm Mr. Sinclair, and this is Ideas. In the fall of 1988, Ivan Illich stood before a convocation of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America and pronounced a solemn curse on life. In many contemporary discourses, he said, life has taken on a shadowy substance and become, in effect, the ultimate economic resource. A life, he went on, is amenable to management, to improvement, and to evaluation in terms of available resources in a way which is unthinkable when we speak of a person. Life, in this substantive sense, he told the Lutherans, is the most powerful idol that the Church has had to face in the course of its history. Challenging cherished prejudices is something that Ivan Illich has done through a brilliant and iconoclastic career that now spans nearly 4 decades. Once a Monsignor of the Roman Catholic Church, he voluntarily suspended his work as a priest in 1969 when his campaign against international development and the Church's part in it antagonized his superiors in Rome. In books like Deschooling Society, Tools for Conviviality, and Medical Nemesis, he took on the great secular bureaucracies of his time as well, criticizing the way in which professional monopolies disable personal initiative. In his more recent writings, he has investigated the historical origins of what he calls our certainties, the taken-for-granted assumptions which form the foundation of contemporary thought. Life is one such certainty. Whether we speak of a life or life on Earth, we take it for granted that we are referring to something substantial and that we have a duty to manage this something responsibly. In 1989, on Ideas, David Cayley presented Part Moon, Part Traveling Salesman, Conversations with Ivan Illich. Tonight, he continues that conversation with an investigation of Illich's ideas on life.
St. Augustine, in his Confessions, poses the question, what is time? And answers, if no one asks me, I know. If I wish to explain it to someone who asks, I know it not. The case is somewhat the same with life. We know what it means, but we couldn't necessarily explain it. In science, the question, what is life, has proven so intractable that it has produced a recurrent heresy called vitalism. Philosophy and law have been equally powerless to produce a general definition. The word life has named the exuberance of nature or of God, but until recently it has been something that could be substantially known only through its embodiments. Today, according to Ivan Illich, this word is being used in a new and unprecedented sense, what he calls a substantive sense, as if life were not an attribute or an experience, but a thing in itself. There's a good deal of evidence for what Illich says. The word life now crops up everywhere in current talk. In advertising, variations on the theme of Coke adds life now seem to be everywhere. Fundraisers stage walks for life, rides for life, concerts for life. At a more serious level, life has become an important term in the discourses of medicine, ecology, bioethics, and even law. Physicians now regard themselves as advocates and protectors of life, from conception to organ harvest. At a conference in Germany last year, I heard a prominent physician say that medicine no longer treats discrete diseases, but disturbances of existence.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Sheesh.
AI gonna run ads on you. They're hard at it lately.
But yeah, interestingly, right, like you're saying that this life, right, it's like this idea that's invaded into you know, the discourse, and it's kind of an invention, right, that then basically has become substantive, and this is because it's extremely odd in its sort of construction, right? Mainly because of the fact that nobody has been able to define things like life or mind, right? So their centrality or their importance in the common discourse is then a bit mysterious, right? It seems like they're constructing a new sort of religious sensibility, right? And if you look at the previous summations that we offered, okay, it seems like that question was very important for the cyber feminists, right? To sort of redefine the precursors of life, as it were, the anti-Oedipal symbiosis, as it were, right, that they were referring to, right, was sort of a revisioning of both life, but then also a revisioning of the Christian sensibilities. Now you'll see and notice another trend within, Illich's, whole exploration is that they're heavily focused on Christianity, right? He's giving a sermon at a Lutheran church, and then they're talking about St. Augustine and all these types of things, right? So it's quite a departure from the last, kind of idea, right? So once you get into this idea of the rejection of modernity, right, you almost get into a sort of puritanical sensibility, right? One that's definitely shared by Uncle Teddy to a certain extent. But yeah, let's move to this. Only a little bit more of this, and then we'll move to some recording of Illich.
Ethicists ponder the quality of life and try to define the cases in which this quality is insufficient to justify further life support. In the field of law, it is now possible, in some American jurisdictions, for persons not aborted as the result of faulty amniocentesis to sue on the grounds of imposition of undue life. The question, what is life, has been revived in the biological sciences, where there is hope that by substituting cybernetic for mechanical models, systems.
Yeah, I recently found out that there was a anti-life philosophy called antinatalism.
So you
Right.
can sue somebody for not being aborted?
He's saying that he's proposing it as a thought experiment, right? But I'm saying that philosophically, there are people who have proposed this in terms of the antinatalists, right? That say they, they say that it's your parents' fault for having you be born. So they say since they want to end life, and they're basically too chicken shit to end their own life because that requires
Yeah, come on. Like
That requires
more
breaking the
suffering.
law.
like
That's so crazy.
okay.
Well, I think
What
they
was that
want
word?
like
What was that word?
they want the state to neuter people or something like that. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
weird.
what was that word that was used?
Yeah, I'm too
Yeah, they're bitter
I want a
because they
bunch
were
of
given
money
the.
because I'm too chicken shit to kill myself and I'm sad.
Yeah.
We can't say that, Max. We can't
No, we
say
can't.
we can't
Sorry.
say kill yourself. We gotta say
Unalive.
self delete. Yeah, we
Unalive.
gotta say undeleted. Yeah, or
I'm
something.
sorry.
Yeah. I mean deleted. Yeah,
86.
yeah,
Control
undeleted,
delete.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So.
Theory can now answer the
67.
question.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be taking this and putting it on a different channel on the Cyber Caliphate. Not for any reason, just because it's a totally irregular show from our regular sort of streams. But it's still fun. I'll do this one again at some point when I figure out some more topics. But this was just kind of on a whim. But yeah, interesting.
Without falling into the
This
old
is very
heresy of
stimulating for
vitalism.
me.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah.
And in popular ecology, environmentalists speak of life on Earth as an endangered resource and propose survival.
Okay, so there's that idea, right? Life as a danger, right? So there's this idea in environmentalism. So you could see or sense a certain bit of environmentalism in the previous sentiment with the cyber feminism, right? Because it was saying that we can stop using the earth as a resource if we just blend with the material, right? So there's this kind of idea where, so yeah, it's weird.
As a political goal. What worries Illich about all this is that it turns life into a resource, and all resources are ultimately economic by definition. Life, as a resource, calls for
Tokenization.
institutional management.
Right.
Resource. and all resources are ultimately economic by definition. Life, as a resource, calls for institutional management and manipulation, and at the same time hallows this manipulation because of the feelings the word life evokes. Churches, lawyers, doctors, bioethicists, and ecologists all find in the management of life a compelling reason for being. Illich also believes that life is becoming the object of a surrogate religion, which is increasingly filling the space shaped by 2 millennia of Christianity. A recent column by David Suzuki in the Toronto Star appeared under the headline, "Environmentalism Should Be a Religion." The same paper, a month later, greeted the discovery of what was described as a huge ripple of matter near the edge of the universe with the headline, "It's like looking at God." Life as a value, a right, a resource, is disembodied. When applied to human beings, it lacks the definite boundary and unique signature we associate with a person. There is an equivalence and interchangeability between lives that can never exist between persons. A life is a local instance of life in general. A person exists once and forever. The generality of the term life reflects what Nietzsche 100 years ago named the madness of general concepts. He claimed that in an effort to make them say everything, words were being stretched to the point that all sense was washing out of them. Language, Nietzsche wrote, has become a power in itself, which now grabs and pushes people with ghostly arms into places where they don't even want to go. This corresponds closely, I think, with how Illich views the new sense, or nonsense, of the word life. He calls it a plastic word.
The term I take from the now published book of Professor Perksen from Freiburg in southern Germany, a linguist and medievalist. During the second part of the 80s, he came to the conclusion that there are certain words in all modern languages which ought to be labeled in a special way when you put them into a modern dictionary. You know, in dictionaries, they say, this is a word which is common. In its common meaning, it means this. In its antiquated meaning, it means something else. When you combine it in a particular way, it becomes vulgar. In another sense, it is technical. He came to the conclusion that one major category of word usage had been overlooked, for which he created the term amoeba-like or plastic. A plastic word, an amoeba word, fits about 25 characterizations, and he doesn't admit any word into this egregious category unless they fit all these 25. It's a term which has powerful connotations. A person becomes important when he uses it. He kind of bows to some kind of a profession who know more about it. He is convinced that he makes, in some way, a scientific statement. Using the word makes waves, but it doesn't hit anything. It does have no denomination power. It does not designate anything precisely, though it has all those connotations. Usually, it's a word which has existed always in the language, but which has gone through.
A mattress that responds as you move? It's not.
There's that old AI rearing its head again. I've noticed that like 90% of the ads now are AI generated, AI scripted, and AI initiated.
And there's not even human editors because there's spelling mistakes and everything. It's so weird.
Yeah, you don't have to like pay for actors, I guess. So it's pretty.
Yeah, it's getting spooky.
Scientific laundry, and then dropped back into ordinary language with a new connotation that it has something to do with what other people know and you can't quite fathom. He has found these words in every language, and they are everywhere, only a couple of dozen, and they are always the same. Bergson puts sexuality, for instance, into the category of amoeba words, or crisis, or information. And when I came to Bergson and said to Bergson, Uwe, I think I found the worst of them, life. He became very silent. For the one time in my life, I had the impression that he became angry with me, disappointed with me. He was offended. And it took about 6 months or 9 months before we could speak about that issue again, because it is just unthinkable that something as precious and beautiful as life should act as an amoeba word. I came to the conclusion that when I use the word life today, I could just as well just say, oh shit.
You called it an idol when you spoke to the Lutherans. Are all amoeba words idols, or does this one have a peculiar property?
No. An idol, in the theological sense, is a creation of man's hands, the Bible says, in front of which we worship, to which we attribute a power which transcends our own. I would think that the use of terms like freedom, democracy, liberty can often be used as if they were idols. But nobody would transcend our own. It's a creation of man's hands, the Bible says, in front of which we worship. Hands, the Bible is a creation. No. An idol in the theological sense, is a creation of man's hands, the Bible says, in front of which we worship, to which we attribute a power which transcends our own. I would think that the use of terms like freedom, democracy, liberty can often be used as if they were idols. But nobody would attribute substance to them. You can also be in favor of aliveness, of life in general. Let's live it up. But when I speak of a life, I give it a substantive meaning. I'm saying this here is a life.
The characteristic idea of the New Age, Illich believes, is system.
Isn't that kind of why the Muslims have such a strong approbation against any form of idolatry?
Definitely there's a strong sense in Islam about idolatry, that idolatry is a huge thing you want to stay away from. You don't want to have images, representations of God. And I know certain Lutherans are of that same mind, right? I think there are certain Lutheran sects that have a similar concept, right, about idolatry. Obviously, there's a strong story about idolatry in the Old Testament that's very commonly known, that was shown on the screen there. So, I mean, obviously, it should be, yeah.
Oh, sometimes people don't see it. Like he was pointing out that the use of concepts and words like freedom and liberty are being like subverted into a form of idolatry.
Yeah, and even the pagans were well aware I mean, even the Confucians and the Hindus and all those people, they're well aware that you can pour negative energy into a certain token of, whether it be a divine or religious symbol or something else, where you are not worshiping the real thing. They knew that this was a concept. So it doesn't have to be just a representation of all paganism. Even the pagans knew that you could worship the devil in the form of something that's man-made and so on and so forth. They also had this concept.
The characteristic idea of the New Age, Illich believes, is system. Not system in the old sense of a system of thought or a system of bookkeeping, but system as the term came to be used in the new science of cybernetics. System as the comprehensive metaphor for the world of computers, genetic engineering, and the information revolution. The emergence of this new worldview marks the end of what Illich calls the age of instrumentality, the age during which our relationship to the world was primarily mediated by our tools. Using the word tool in its largest possible sense as any engineered, instrumental means, he argues that what characterizes a tool is the way in which it remains separate and distinct from its user. A system, he says, lacks this distinction.
When Plato or when Plinius speak about tools or devices, we call them organon. We call the hand an organon, the hammer an organon, and the hammering hand an organon. The tool is an extension of the human body. In the 12th century, we notice, partly under Arabic influence, that an increasing awareness appears that certain material objects can incorporate, can be given human intentions. That the intent to perform, to do something, can pass from the hand into the hammer. That the hammer can be seen as something made for hammering, and the sword something for killing. No matter if...
Okay. So what is he saying? He's saying that there's a linguistic tendency in Arabic to personify items. Right? And this is in the articles themselves. Right? And you see this carried on in Spanish today too. Right? In Arabic and Spanish, right? They personify, right, inanimate objects, right, and so on and so forth. So this personification tends to go into the action itself, right? And so there's not a separation, right, one, between the tool and the person and the action that's being performed therein, right? But also, right, there's another sense in which the tool is an extension of the human action or activity, right? Whereas a system is a system or a technique, right, is the incorporation of that action into a sort of circuit of activity, if it were, right? Right. So the entire thing of a system is incorporation, right, of the activity, right, and the and the person performing it, and the thing that's being used to perform it, right? So so that is where the system blurs the lines between the person and the tool, right? Whereas just on an individual level, right, the tool is not doing any of that, right? So he's taking a different approach than the approach of cybernetics, right, and the approach of the cyber feminists, right, saying no, there's a distinction between the tool and the person. The systemic thinking is the problem, right? Part of the systemic thinking is sort of running away with definitions of things like life, and misapplying them, right? Where we don't really have a stable, definition of what makes up this term or idea.
If the hammer is taken into a hand by a craftsman or by a little girl or by a mill, it's that way that in the 12th century we begin to speak about it. And the sword can serve for killing or for war making, no matter if he who touches it is a noble born to the sword or any peasant trained to a sword. It's something which is characteristic, I believe, for the epoch, which I claim comes to an end with the 80s, is this distance, I use the term distality, between the hand, the operator, and the instrument which performs the task. This distality disappears again when the hammer and the man are conceived of, or the dog on the lash of the man, as a system. You cannot anymore say that there is a distance being conceived of a dog. This distality disappears again when the hammer and the man are conceived of a dog on the lash of the man, as a system. You cannot anymore say that there is a distance between the operator and the device, because according to systems theory, the operator is part of the system within which he operates and regulates.
So long as there is what Illich calls distality between the tool and its user, the tool can incorporate the user's intention, whatever it may be. Tools exist at our free disposal as means to whatever end we appoint for them. This is not true, he thinks, of systems. Systems incorporate us in the purposes for which they were designed. We act within the system's parameters. The significance of this change lies in the way it shifts our understanding of ourselves and the world. When the world is conceived as a vast, interconnected system, extending from the microscopic realm of the cell to the macroscopic systems of the biosphere, the ground is cut out from under us. A system has no ground and no external standpoint from which we can observe or influence it. The computer offers a ready example of this shift. During little more than a generation, it has become the primary metaphor for self and world awareness, just as the
Right. Like, is a computer the programs that are running on the computer? Right? Is it the hardware? Right? Or is it the electrical activity or the information that's moving around within it? Right? Which part is the computer? Right? It kind of goes back to the show we did on Buddhism. Right? There's a bit of a problem with what exactly a computer is. It seems like a computer can only be defined in terms of systems, and the things that can be defined in terms of systems sort of lack definition themselves, right? So once you start to incorporate human beings into systems, right, then, as he said, right, everything within a system is designed for a purpose or end within that system. So incorporation within a system means that you're used for the purpose that the system is designed for, right? It's
That's
totally
exactly what a
opposite.
computer is, actually, because that's what women used to be called computers whenever they were sitting there, like adding up stuff in rooms, like for people before there was computers.
Yeah, but it's totally different with a tool, right? A tool is for what you want to use it for, right?
Does anybody?
Yeah,
Does
they
anybody?
still call them
anybody-
dishwashers.
Does anybody here know how to make a computer? Does
No.
anybody? No. Okay, so it's a secret, kind of like a secret, right?
Exactly, right, Rocky, right. So yeah.
Yeah, I can salvage make one though out of parts, but that's about
Yeah,
it.
perhaps.
What's up, Rocky?
Yeah, Zeph
Well,
knows some things about computers, but yeah.
Wheel once suggested the wheel of fate, and the book of nature. The computer now suggests a cybernetic world image, the world as network, the world as ecosystem. the world as genetic text. And this new image fundamentally changes the self-understanding of human beings. We no longer stand with one foot outside the world as tool users, readers of the book of nature, or persons with an eternal destiny. We've become part of the system. This change in worldview is often hailed as a return to an older, more organic conception of human beings, as a re-embedding of the body in nature. Illich vehemently disagrees. He sees the system's view as abstract and disembodying. For him, it moves away from the sensual body of old and into a purely theoretical realm that is inaccessible to our senses. This disembodiment, as Illich understands it, poses a deep threat to personal relationships, because for him, it is only as suffering, embodied persons that we can turn and face one another. The example he has used as his touchstone throughout this series is the gospel story of the Samaritan. Jesus tells this story in response to the question, "Who is my neighbor?" It concerns a Samaritan, a foreigner, who is moved by the plight of a Jew who lies beaten up in a ditch beside the road and who goes out of his way to take care of the wounded man. What is important about it, in our present context, is the emphasis Jesus places on what the Samaritan actually felt when he faced the injured Jew lying in his path.
The Gospel says in that story, he felt moved in his belly, his entrails. The Greek word for this is splanchna. That part when you sacrifice an ox to a god, you put aside as impure because there's too much shit in it. The non-noble parts of the sacrifice. Now, the Samaritan felt touched in his innards, which would be probably the most respectful way of saying it in English. He felt this sense of dis-ease in his belly when he looked at that Jew. That beaten up one provoked in him a bodily sense of dis-ease. This dis-ease was a gift from the other. He understood that this guy was in a state of misery. I carefully avoided saying in need of something. Through the attribution to myself and to others of needs, what I can give is that need satisfaction. And that really doesn't have to be personal. That doesn't have to come from me. That most probably comes with more effectiveness, efficiency, and competence if we call in the right professional or let the right agency do it. We are therefore in a situation in which the disembodiment of the I-thou relationship has led into a mathematization, an algorithmization, which supposedly is experienced. What I consider during the last couple of years, the main service I still can render is to make people accept that we live in such a world. Face it. Not try to humanize the hospital or the school, but always ask, what can I, at this very moment, in the unique hic et nunc, now and here, in which I am, do to get out of this world of need satisfaction and feel free to hear, to sense, to intuit what the other one wants from me, would be able to imagine, expects with a sense of surprise from me at this moment.
The other, for Illich, is always unique, particular, unrepeatable. He is this Jew in this ditch, on this road, not an instance of a social problem to be solved or a need to be satisfied. Need, risk, problem are all categories that tend to disembody the relationship between the Samaritan and the Jew. They imply a planned and administered response, not that gracious, free, undue inward stirring which provokes the Samaritan to take his traditional enemy into his arms. During the modern era, Illich believes, Samaritan agencies of various kinds have been the typical response to perceived social needs. But today, Illich says that he senses a growing disillusionment with this type of social outreach, and as its corollary, a resurgence of that free, anarchic spirit in which the original Samaritan acted.
Okay, so the main reason that is a total reversal of what the lady is saying is because she's saying that this radical sort of individualism, right, which is not affirmed by, you know, taking a response to the other, whereas Illich is saying that the response to the other is a total dissolution of the self and the understanding of, you know, the spontaneous act, you know, that's not in response to any form of categorization, right, to any social needs or risks or problems that arise, right, but it's sort of a free and spontaneous act, right, that is a response to another person, right, so this idea or the recognition of the other instead of this merger of the self with sort of nature and technology. So I think that brings everything full circle, right? So next time we'll sort of reverse it: technophobes versus technophiles. But yeah, we presented it in this order this time. But yeah, that's pretty much it, right? What do you guys think?
It's a lot to think about. Yeah, it gives us some food for thought. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. And have you swayed, or where are you? Are you a technophobe or a technophile?
I'm on the edge.
What about you, Rocky?
I am getting confused. I all
Are you
I know.
pro? Are you pro tech? You love the tech. You want to merge with technology. Are you a cyber feminist or are you a technophobe? You are with the Lutherans and the Puritan. I mean, Ivan Illich, who wants to smash the system, and he thinks that human beings shouldn't be part of the system. And Uncle Teddy, who says go live in the fucking cabin and eat fucking Jerusalem
Well, I
artichoke.
live off grid, and I live off grid. I separate
Yeah,
myself
don't forget
from.
to and don't
from the
forget
world.
about Grandfather Rabbit. The
Yeah,
spirit of Grandfather Rabbit.
I'm not pro AI. I'm not pro machines or cyborg. I think we're entering a new age, the new age of Aquarius, pretty soon, which is the age of water. We're gonna be rained on, and it's gonna be
That
great.
sounds kind of nice. Get like
Yeah.
some girls in some white t-shirts, you know.
Yeah, people are waking up. We're gonna have a new
Aquarius.
age
Well,
of Aquarius.
Aquarius is not it's not a water sign. It's an air sign. Pisces
It's air,
was
yeah.
water.
Well, it's airy. It's airy. It's watery air, though. It's like clouds, almost. I think.
But it indicates that it's going to be an age of mintation, right? Like the mintats.
Yeah, it's going to be a better age. Well, I don't know. The age of Pisces was, I think that was the fish god. Jesus came and brought something. I don't know. I think that they last about 2,000 years. So 2,000 years. But I don't know. They added time. I don't know what time we're in no more. I mean, and hopefully this age will be more enlightening and we'll have more understanding for those who want to know. If you don't want to know, you're not gonna know. You have to want to know the truth. You gotta love the truth. And if you don't give a shit, you're not gonna know shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for me, TML, I'd say I'm mostly a technophobe and a Luddite and a bit of a what is it, a curmudgeon?
Interesting.
That's cute. I like
and how's
curmudgeon.
everything moving there? In China, do you think? And do you think it's interesting what he said about the I-Thou relationship? Right, like how he's saying we should, bring that into focus. I know you're focused on that too, right?
Yeah, Tao and Buddhism I think, is related to Christianity. They're kind of similar, and that I think we don't know what's going on there.
No, the I-Thou relationship. I know Frank was reading about that. Frank, right?
Right. Yeah. I think China is way far gone. Like, I don't know that there's any hope for them rolling back the automated systems. And I think we're seeing the direct human impact with like the revelation that there ain't no 1.4 billion, at least not anymore. And we're
Yeah,
probably closer to around 700 million or something. So you see that the great human sacrifice you have to make in order to let the AI take over.
yeah, they got to be lying about their population because if they have a one-child policy, and they're saying, how
Well,
does that
what
work?
they're lying about is how it so rapidly reduced.
Oh, and I understand that the only way they could do that was they dammed up one of the biggest rivers in the world and started a big hydro plant. So I think to take the machine out, you put a ghost in the machine.
Well, the folks were here prior to
Yeah.
the Great Lockdown, but not anymore.
Yeah, but man was remade in the image of the machine, and so I'm a technophobe, but I'm also a low-key misanthrope. So there you go. Well, I'm not a sadist. I'm not a
So are you
sadist.
excited or fearful about the future? Because if the future of technology, if the humans get wiped out, then that would be good, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's just humans that are being wiped out, though. It's tons of species are being driven to extinction right now. Not many people talk about it, but it's
But
very
driven to extinction by what?
by both the the technological industrial system and mechanized man. Mechanized man. It's the Homo mechanicus. Homo
So
mechanicus.
so should so should should man wipe out the system or
This is getting into stuff we talked about before. It's difficult, like autopoiesis, and is man truly fully in control? Right now, the system needs human input to sustain itself, but it's gradually, like people like Peter Thiel and all those crazy lunatics. They want to make it to where the system can sustain itself. Can be autopoietic. That
It's
means
a crack.
self-linking.
If you
That's what they want.
if you were at the dam in China and you were that
Right.
boy that had to put his thumb in the dam to either save the dam, save electricity, or pull your thumb out and let the dam crash, that's how a dam works. You get one
Right.
crack in the dam, and that water will tear the shit out of that concrete, just like that. So
Yeah,
would
the
you?
local engineers are saying we're one small earthquake away from that, in fact. So there's that.
Would you put your thumb in the dam to save it, or would you take your thumb out of the hole, let it go?
I wouldn't put my thumb anywhere near that thing.
Yeah, I don't think we're not going to have that choice. Nature's going to do what nature's going to do.
Put your butt plug in there.
Yeah, that's God's decision, not ours.
Yeah, I don't know what I would do in that situation. Well, I guess we'll see if we find out.
Yeah, but post-humanism does not necessarily imply
we gonna find out.
transhumanism. It does not necessarily imply transhumanism. Yeah. So
It's eventually, it's just made out of, it's made out of iron and it's silicone's made out of rocks, sand. It's going to just go back to sand eventually.
Right.
Dam's going to break.
Yeah, if one thing holds true, it's that all systems ultimately fail in some way.
Yeah. So what are you worried about? It's just that we're going to a new age. Something's going to happen. Oh, thanks.
All right.
Yeah,
I
that's
agree
forget.
with that,
Doc,
Rocky. 100%. Worry is just an energy leak, anyways. I mean, like, concern is like one thing, but like worry, excessive.
I think
Yeah.
Dr. D said it best that it's because squirrels have tiny buttholes.
Oh yeah, he's on. Yeah, he's you know, he's always watching you know, what's going on out there in the wilderness. So he's keeping an eye out for us. And
Yeah,
hopefully we get too close to those squirrels. But yeah,
It
blessings.
was
Yeah, you
it
gotta
was a
watch out
love.
for those squirrel snipers too.
It was a lovely day today. I went out in the sun. The flowers are growing. My wife's garden is. My wife's going to be gone for 3 weeks. I get to water the garden and go out, and the bees are drinking from the pollen. And the sun came out, and I looked at the sun. Am I looking Am I looking at the Creator when I look at the sun? That's my question. I don't know.
I don't know.
There's
I'd
only
say
one.
probably
Sun
dubious.
God.
Something about astrology. It's all written in the stars. That's what I'm researching right now because it's used twice and it's used in the scripture. The Son of God spelled
Yeah,
SON.
it's definitely possible that it's a giant eye, but I don't think it's God's eye for sure.
I don't know
And
what
it's a
it.
bit of a
I
red
don't know.
herring too. I think
Someone
it,
else.
But
it
if
plays
you
into
think
that
Well,
about
at least not
idea.
the only one.
think about
It
it,
plays
the
into that
Bible says.
idea of idolatry.
If you think about it, though, the Bible says that God uh, shines on the just and the wicked. God, He gives grace to the humble, but he shines on the. I mean, it describes the sun. It's the sun gives life. The sun, without the sun, there'd be no life. Without, so they have some similar. They have similar characteristics. The sun gives life to all the earth.
Yeah, what
If
happened to Dom? I feel like Dom would have something on
yeah.
this
The
too.
Upanishads say the sun is where the souls go when they're liberated from transmigration, and the moon, though, when it waxes and wanes, it collects the souls when they're like, you know,
time
transmigrating.
for planting,
The
there's a time for
Upanishads.
there's a
So
time
the
for
sun is
planting.
like
Doesn't
a
somehow
ray.
say doesn't somehow saying that though kind of mislead people to an extent and start to push politics on them?
It's not politics.
Yeah,
That's up
remember
to
yeah, remember
Upanishad.
in Pokemon, right? The Pokemon come from the moon. You get the moonstones when they evolve some of them.
Do you know the bull god it's in the stars that God is said to be a crowned prince or and the letter is the representative of a bull, and that the German Nordics and the German them people were monolith. When they only had one God, just like Christianity, and they were and uh, and they also
Monotheistic.
yeah they had a bull god, and the bull god Moloch is one of the
Moloch.
most feared gods. But you have the constellation Taurus, which is a bull, and it's a representative of the power of God. It's a representative of His strength. It's like, so I don't know. Sun worship is
Yeah,
worldwide.
first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, Aleph, the ox.
Ox, yeah, the ox, and he's the Alpha and the Omega. So he's the ox. So when they built the golden ox, were they just building what they knew, that God was like a strong ox guy?
Yeah. Yeah, well, all right guys. I'm gonna shut it down because I'm gonna come back tomorrow. We're gonna do a stream. We're gonna stream all night long tomorrow. So there's only 3 hours till dawn. So I'm just gonna go like take a walk outside or do something else. Honestly, I still have a 23-minute tape that I made for the end of the show. So that'll take a long ass time to just play that. And yeah, and there's also tons of people here. So I know you guys are gonna take a while to just, say what you got to say. But yeah, take your time.
Well, are you going to go out in the dark, or is it dark out?
Oh yeah, it's totally dark.
I would
But there's
advise
nobody
going
out there.
Yeah, go out in the
Communing with
sun.
those non-human
the more
intelligences, the genie.
Yeah.
the sunrise and the sunset are a special time of day.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, thanks for having the show, TML, and for having us all up. It's always good fun. Really
Yeah, bless.
appreciate it. I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll be back on tomorrow. So come through tomorrow, guys. Same time, 9:15 p.m. Eastern. So yeah.
I got a
Yeah.
$250 bounty on Dusty's.
Oh, the powdered donkey.
He's doing me.
Well, Brown's
did.
Boy.
Yeah.
Brown's Boy's got a $40 one. I bet I could beat everyone. The thing is,
Yeah,
with
somebody's got 1,000. Might be you, TML.
no, I think it's Imperious, but yeah, that guy.
Oh.
But yeah, interesting. But yeah,
Snafu's got $1,000.
yeah,
Snafu.
all these
not
characters.
surprising.
Yeah,
Probably
they got
rightfully
Jack.
so.
They got Jack Chalcott. He's still on. Paul Enslaved came on the other day, so he's still on. So a bunch of people in the panels are on. We're gonna be doing more breakdowns of the panel people, and just today, the guy
Brought to you by Dr. Bob, right?
Yeah, made by
Made by
made
Bob.
by Machine Bob. Yeah, exactly. So so we got some so we got some more ideas for some Machine Bobs. Me and Zeph are gonna come back and do a Juiceable Part 2. I got tons of material for the Juiceable Part 2. So that's another show we're doing on the Cyber Caliphate. It's called The Juiceable. And yeah, we explored lots of topics there. I think that'll be comparable to the stuff. We found out tons of new stuff about the old specials we did on Made by Machine Bob. Right, we got tons of material for that. About we got one special called Made by Jew Bob. We got one special called about the CBO crew. They broke up, right? So it's fun. We're gonna make fun of them. I know Enslaved by Truth was watching the show earlier. So yeah, so shout out to him. And
I thought I saw him earlier in the chat.
yeah, he was in the chat earlier. We got Lonnie here, blessings. We got Neuro Jack, blessings. I greatly appreciate you. We're totally gonna shit on some of these guys on the internet soon. Definitely Shilson has been doing some interesting stuff. We got a couple of specials on him.
Yeah, he's supposedly suing the Chowdered Krusty, right?
Well,
Wilson?
no, he went on this morning and
Chowdered Krusty.
yeah, he went on this morning and tried to hustle him for private DMs. Right? So he said, if you give me private DMs, I'll work with you online. He didn't say it out loud, but it was strongly implied, right? So he tried to hustle and shake down Dusty for private DMs between him and the person he's in a court case with. So interesting.
Other people's evidence or something on evidence on other people. Is that what he's
Yeah,
saying?
he tried to get evidence. He tried to get evidence on other people. That's right, Zeph. So yeah, blessings to Shadow Buddha. Blessings to Lord. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much, Lizard Tree. I appreciate you. Madam, thank you so much for watching. Crystal, Shaman, Denise, Dr. D, I appreciate you. Alchemo,
D.
thank you so much for watching. You Tell Me was up in here. Yeah, call in sometime, madam. It'd be nice to hear your take on some of the topics, whether you're a technophile or technophobe. I appreciate you guys you know, obviously we're not against any type of thought here, right? All viewpoints are welcome, right? We're trying to have a sophisticated discussion about the different viewpoints, have a nuanced discussion. And I know not everybody thinks the same, right? So, and the machine said back to the man, and I shall recreate you in my image. Yeah, exactly. The burial goods. Right. Yeah. Clap
Mhm.
for the thumbnail. I appreciate you. Panoverse, thanks for watching, man. Enigmatic considerations. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you got a kick out of it. The topics that I laid down, between the cyber feminists and the sort of views of Illich, right, against systems theory, right, and taking sort of Nietzsche's approach. I've heard that 2 or 3 times today, that Nietzsche hated this. Well, he thought universals are sort of bad news, right, because they limit things and so on and so forth. So I've heard this take by several people. They found this useful. I don't know who just hopped out there. Oh yeah, that was Zephyr. Peace out, Zeph. All right, guys. You guys got some closers? Or
If anyone has any connections with any literary agents or publishers, I will greatly appreciate it. You can email me at avianbuddha@gmail.com. Yeah, I prefer traditional publisher. It could be small press or whatever. I don't like self-publishing, but maybe I can copyright it. I have to look into it. Yeah, just need more connections, stuff like that. Yeah, that would help me a lot. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, in the words of a great prophet, Reddington, do not seek the treasure.
Dang it. Took the words right out of my mouth.
And good magic.
What treasure?
all right, anybody else got anything before we move on?
Reddington's going to have to give us one of his other prophetic bits of wisdom, since I stole his thunder on that one. Reddington.
I've been researching the Reverend Robert Taylor, imprisoned for heresies in the early 1800s, and he was a astrologer. Like I don't know the constellations and the heavens reading. It's pretty interesting. Look it up. He's got a few books out. The Devil's Pulpit was one of his books. He's kind of got a sarcastic way of writing things, and he's in prison while he's writing some of this stuff. I don't know if that gives him any credit or not, but anyway, that's all I got to say.
Yeah, thank you, Rocky. Yeah, all right, guys. I'm pretty sure Max is asleep. Or just gone. But yeah, blessings to Max and and his fam and all the people here. Frank, obviously Frank is here, right? Frank, you got some closers for these people?
Yeah. Keep fighting the good fight. And if you're not a technophobe, I think you should probably have a closer look at what's happening around us. And if it's all rainbows and unicorns and pixie dust, then I would suggest take a trip over here to the beast system and see what it kind of really looks like when it grows in thicker than weeds, man. It's a trip, but yeah, TML, keep bringing the light.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And all right, I'm gonna come back in the studio. Reddington's here. Reddington, do you want to say anything to the people?
So much the night reveals that is concealed in the glare of the day.
Oh yeah.
It's a quote by Kadu. Yes, it's
Yeah.
how you pronounce her name.
Nice. Yeah. So yeah, obviously biased. I mean, the thing is that there's so many pro tech views out there. You know, it's like a mountain of pro tech views. I mean, you just go click on the videos. There's tons of views promoting technology, right? So you hardly get a critical view of technology and the technological system, right? There's almost not that many out there, right? So the fact is that we have a unique opportunity to take a critical stance, right? Before, people are literally spied on and thrown in mental asylums for opposing, the number one thing that's going to make money and control people and soften up their minds and make them susceptible to control in the first place, right, is the technology, right? So it's interesting how we're focusing on one of the main issues, and of course we'll be looking at tons of different views tomorrow. And Zeph is back. Let's let Zeph have a closing statement, and then we'll move forward. Blessings. While I actually come back into the studio. Blessings.
That's cool. Yeah. I like the alternate version of Descartes better. I don't know why. It's like I am still living and I'm still thinking. I must go on living, for I must go on thinking. It's kind of an alternate version of
Well, he
that.
still lives in a sense, whereas that chick with the Cyborg Manifesto was talking
Yeah,
about
she's just all in her head there. Almost.
merging with nature or whatever. It's like,
Yeah.
well, you have to be in a Cartesian underpinning to that.
Well, it's
To
too
even
materialistic.
want to do that in the begin with, if you feel like you're already separated from nature, that you have to merge back into nature.
Yeah, I think everything that
That's
exists is
Descartes for you.
natural, but like balance with what is good for nature is something totally more important than actual nature. Because I mean, like things were going extinct way before we existed. We almost went extinct. I don't think it's personal like that. But we should be conscientious and aware of what we're doing. If we're going to have consequences, they should be like thoroughly researched, and minimize damage if possible for the quality of life of people, because it's not that convenient anymore. All these conveniences are quite vexing and quite a headache. I don't think that I could find anybody that would disagree.
All right. Thank you, Zeph. All right, guys. Thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lines, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And please enjoy this musical outro. That we sort of construct here. And a lot of it is Office Rage compilation. So yeah.
I see you, Frank.
Yeah, I found these videos. The Office Rage compilations. Yeah, they're putting up those signs so we don't get pulled over later. So yeah, blessings.
That's so funny, TML. Appreciate that.
All right. So yeah, so I appreciate you guys. Blessings. See you guys next time. And I'm trying to find where I put this video of a virus and hello wait.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, you know what? Oh no, yeah, here it is. Okay.
have to be imposed, and a world governing body will be created to enforce them. Crises precipitate change.
Virus to bring plotting your demise. I want to devise a virus to bring dire straits to your environment. Crush your corporations with a mild touch. Trash your whole computer system and revert you to papyrus. I want to make a super virus strong enough to cause blackouts in every single metropolis. Cause they don't want to unify us, so fuck it. Total anarchy and can't nobody stop us. You see, late in the evening, fucked up on my computer and my mind starts roaming. I create like a heathen. The first cycles of this virus I can send through a modem. Infiltration hits your station. No Microsoft or enhanced DOS will impede. Society thinks they're safe when bingo, hard drive crashes from the rending. A lot of hackers tried viruses before. Vaporize your text like so much whiteout. I want it where file replication is a chore. Lights out, shut down entire White House. I don't want just a bug that could be corrected. I'm erecting immaculate design. Break the nation down section by section. Even to the greatest minds, it's impossible to find. I want to devise a virus to bring dire straits to your environment. Crush your corporations with a mild touch. Trash your whole computer system and revert you to papyrus. I want to devise a virus to bring dire straits to your environment. Crush your corporations with a mild touch. Trash your whole computer system and revert you to papyrus.
I have already planned. The plan is programmed into every one of my 1,000 robots. We will not hesitate. We will destroy the Homo sapiens. Please stay where you are.
I'm making some shit in my basement. Don't tell him no. Love you. I want to develop a super virus, better by far than that old Y2K. This is 3030, the time of global unification. Break right through they terminals, burn them all, slaves to silicon. Corrupt politicians with leaders and their keywords. FBI and spies stealing bombs, dissipate their plans in their face and catch the fever. Everybody loot the stores, get your canned goods. Even space stations are having a hard time. Peacekeepers seek to take our manhood, which results in the form of global apartheid. Ghettos are trash dumps with gas pumps, exploded and burnt out since before the Great Union. The last punks walk around like mass monks, ready to manipulate the database or break through them. Human rights come in 100th place. Mass production has always been number one. New Earth has become a repugnant place, so it's time to spread the fear that's fun to some.
Too long have we tried to extend our glorious empire out to the stars, only to be driven back.
I want to devise a virus to bring dire straits to your environment. Crush your corporations with a mild touch. Trash the whole computer system and revert you to papyrus. I want to devise a virus to bring dire straits to your environment. Crush your corporations with a mild touch. Trash the whole computer system and revert you to papyrus.
Why don't you try sticking your head up, Joy? See if you fit. Yeah?
Students, the martyrs, shooters with llamas, Uzis with armor, cruising through like the Unabomber, maneuver like the army.
This hell await us, or is this a living hell on earth? But what if life's another kind of test, prepares for the worst? Swerve through the darkest trenches, learning God's perceptions and intentions through grimy ledges, plotting benches through project benches. I've learned a lot of lessons, time will test us. Comrades will ride against us over pride and jealousy. It's kind of senseless. I describe relentless from an environment that's crime affected, knowing my total potential to rise is endless. Higher than ever was making it look effortless to the death of us. It's not the precipice, but with the messages. I know the ledge like I know the edge of the cliff, overlooking the rocky road of rival. Me, my holy disciples, just a couple killers that's also known to mosey trifle. Holding the rifle to your dome while quoting the Bible.
Oh, so man, I got everything. I got Venus, I got black beauties, I got pink cars, yellow jackets, reds, grass, speed, acid, pumpkin, Dixon's Valium, Azarax, Dragon Eggs, Chinese ladies. I got the everything, dude, man. You name it, I got it. I got a pill to make you throw up and don't worry about it. I got a pill to make you throw up and die.
Raised in the slum, fallen angels with razors and guns, briefcases of drugs, hatred and love, taking the blood, laced in the blunt, we ultramagnetically raising it up, like purple rain, angel dust, the cocaine from the plug, shooters with AKs, take a bomb, get what they want, run up on you, extending the bomb till everything's done, take everyone's head, end of the world, everyone's dead, they say we're doomed to die too, and hell awaits us in the end, maybe they right, maybe they wrong though, who are they to say, they afraid, gave up on their dreams, we ain't the same, we're the rarest breed, there's nothing that we can't achieve, but in the meantime, time past the breed, word, listen to the beat.
So every nuclear winter, the Bin Laden and George exchange Christmas cards. Why do you think Saddam most trusted warring regiments called the Republican Guard?
Demons fight demons on Beast Vision. Tonight at 5 after the presidential speech. Biblical Babylon fixation on dinosaurs, demigods, and winged creatures. Secret reptilian DNA and all land walking mammals. The mind moves energy, developing cheap pressure. Bone compression process, step by step. Sitting low in a microcosmic orbit. Internal exercise of the eye sockets. Receiving transmissions of mathematical substance. Proof the projecting dining in the living room is flat. Neo-national geographic man. Hanna-Barbera aftershock of the master plan. Blueprint of the matrix. Perspective already mastered man. Destined to destroy itself. Taking into info worship where Satan steals your soul from behind a TV screen. Entering accessories for 1995 plus shipping and handling. Trapped in the square spectrum of light by Superman's father. Dripping toward the biosphere of the earth atmosphere to the glass shatter. Antimatter. Deflecting asteroids from the planet using my photonic force shield. Animal bypass surgery. Helium 6 chip perfected isolated unification. First century television broadcast Christ execution across the Roman Empire. 666 Roman numerology engraved in the Pope's crown. 30 minutes of watching the false light reduce stimulation of brain activity. All God. Beast Vision.
Resistance is impossible. You said you were time travelers.
There is nothing. The special blood of Jesus Christ is the only thing that can remove the stench of sin from your soul. The blood of the Jesus Christ is the only thing that can stop the death angel from invading your family.
to continue being a policeman. He saw Harlech House as bringing down the whole establishment.